Gazelle, Concours Ange, il est destiné pour le monde, quoi. C'est comme ça, oui, va le faire. When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when the bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when the bullets fly by? What you gonna do when the bullets fly by? What you gonna do when the bullets fly by? What you gonna do when the bullets fly by? What you gonna do when the bullets fly by? Pop, pop when you hear the Glock. Look down, nigga, cause I'm in your spot. Give it up, nigga, you might get shot. Yeah, Boulette Gazelle, Concours Ange, il est destiné pour le monde, quoi. C'est comme ça, oui, va le faire. When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly? Pop, pop when you hear the Glock. Look down, nigga, cause I'm in your spot. Give it up, nigga, you might get shot. I'm the hot shot, so you gonna get shot. Any nigga out here might feel the pop. My 9mm gonna make you drop. I talk about my 9 cause the shit's so hot. When shit goes down, he's ready to pop. He's stressed out, and I'm trigger happy. I gotta think the life, and it feels so nasty. Believe me, this shit ain't easy. I'm a nigga with attitude, so fuck you pussy. When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when...
Despite those arrests, peaceful protests continue from coast to coast. For the most part, day 9 of those demonstrations has been peaceful.
The principal of a high school in the city's West End is apologizing after racist and homophobic comments by 3 of its students went public.
And it's a staple of the summer season. Food vendors, food trucks, ice cream truck patios could be on the way as the province continues to work towards reopening.
The NBA is expected to approve a return-to-play format tomorrow as Major League Soccer is coming back this summer. Sports at 15.
Pass the chicken noodle. We'll let you know why Campbell says people are reaching for canned soup once again. Investors gobbling down stocks. The Dow surges more than 500 points. Business at 26.
It is time 9:01.
Traffic and weather together on the ones in Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Well, we have this closure on the southbound 427. All express lanes are closed from approaching Rathburn to Bloor. It's for a police investigation. Police looking into a shooting that happened a couple of weeks ago. They suspect happened on the highway in this area. So right now they're just doing some work on that. This should be closed for the next hour and a half. OPP say hopefully by 10:30 everything will be wrapped up in the highway. This stretch of the express lanes anyway reopened.
If I get eye cancer,
it's
that's
quite
why.
heavy if you're in this traffic coming off the east or westbound 401 onto the south 427 down to Rathburn where you're forced into the collector lane. So it is slow on the approach here right as you come off the 401. We've got on the 401 itself a couple of stalled vehicles that are cleared, but still one more to go. Eastbound 401 and Highway 25, the right lane is blocked for the stalled vehicle here. No impact on your speeds. And then that stall we had south of the airport and the express is cleared. There's a delay on the westbound 401 through the Allen in the express. 2 left lanes are blocked for construction here. But the stall transport we had approaching the 400 express is cleared, and that never caused a delay. It is slow Toronto bound on the QEW.
In the end, we probably had half the same DNA anyway, right?
3 right lanes are closed for construction, so you'll find it busy from the base of the Skyway right to North Shore, where once you get past North Shore, you're through the construction and your speeds pick up. Your next report at 9:11, and with the forecast, here's Carl Lamb.
Those winds are going to start to ease off during the evening, mainly clear tonight down to 14 degrees, and then as we head into tomorrow, mostly sunny and a southwesterly wind between 20 to 30 kilometers per hour. A high of 28, it will feel like 32, and in the afternoon, we could have a few isolated showers moving through and a possible thunderstorm could develop from that, but otherwise we stay mainly dry. Tonight's overnight low, 14.
And right now we're sitting at 24 degrees, feeling like 27. A few clouds. 680 News Time, 9:03.
Oh, it's like these ice cream things. Like shades of blue, whitish,
sweet moment and a significant step forward on the road to justice by the attorney representing the family of George Floyd after the charge against the former officer at the center of his death was upgraded to second-degree murder.
The 3 other officers involved in the incident have now been charged as well. 680's Phil Martino joins us live with more. Phil.
Christine, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is not charged with second-degree murder, and a second-degree murder conviction in Minnesota carries a maximum sentence of 40 years.
Oh, are we still talking state prosecution?
Oh, hold on
Now
a second.
supports the stronger charge
Yeah, there's more
of
to this
second-degree
story.
murder. We've consulted with each other, and we agree.
I'm a smart little Negro. I studied.
Chauvin was fired May 26th and initially charged with
Actually,
third-degree
hold on a
murder
second. I
and
don't count as
second-degree
Negro. I count as
manslaughter.
Negro.
Now, the 3
I'm
other
not colored.
officers on
In this
scene
country,
were
they don't
also
call me
fired,
colored.
but
They
were
don't
not
call it.
immediately
In Africa,
charged.
I'd be Cape
They have
colored.
now been charged with felony
Black, but I'm
aiding
not
and abetting murder
dark.
and
I'm transparent,
manslaughter.
eh?
Ahead
But
of
I
the
don't know if I'm
charges being
albino
filed,
technically.
Attorney
Yeah,
Benjamin
albinism.
Crump, who represents the Floyd family, urged to crowd
Where is
mourners
Trevor
and
Noah and
demonstrators
Russell
in
Peters when we
Minneapolis
need them?
to remain peaceful.
Let's take a breath.
Ah, you look like you, and you're black. And you got sickle cell. Damn, must be a rough one, eh? Motherfucker. Watch
To
your mouth.
heal our country.
Once you're an Indian, eh?
Minnesota's
real Indian, not
Attorney
like me,
General
like you,
says he
like
strongly
American Indian.
believes
I'm not
these
American,
developments are in the
motherfucker.
interest of
Yeah, I know, we're all
justice
Canadian.
for
No,
George
shut the
Floyd,
fuck
his
up, Russell.
family, the community, and the state. Phil Martino, 680 News.
And after those charges were announced, ABC's Stephanie Ramos spoke with protesters who were marching in Manhattan.
You know, Trevor Noah, I wouldn't consider that racism, so. He'd get the racism passed too. I just don't consider him
Thousands
sexy.
protesting racism and police brutality.
You mean the airport after this motherfucker? No, that's King. Where's Gordon? No, that's the police. Where's
It took protests. It took cities burning. Large crowds turning out from New York to Los Angeles to the U.S. Capitol.
I know, motherfucker owes me
Protesters
$5. Don't
faced
worry, I
down
know.
in silence.
Meantime, officials in Los
Yeah, I
Angeles
don't
say
have
more than
things. It's
60
okay.
people
That's what I
are
always say.
facing charges
Come
for
back later, right?
crimes
Go see you next
committed
week,
during
next month,
recent
next year, right?
protests.
Don't worry
In a
about it.
virtual forum in the wake of protests following George Floyd's death, former President Barack Obama urged communities to try to change their use of force policies from within.
Today I am urging
That's textured like
mayor
fucking.
in this
Holy
country
fuck, that's textured like a
to
fucking
review
fingerprint. Eh?
your
I didn't
use
know
of force
that.
policies for members of your community and commit to report on planned reforms.
Oh, plastic.
Obama says he sees the turmoil that's rocked the country as an
Hey, you're the
opportunity
plastic man. You
for
got a gun in your
Americans to
finger?
become aware of and
Everybody knows
address
what I'm talking
the
about when I
challenges
say that.
have been thrown into high relief in our society.
Here at home, the province's police watchdog is telling Toronto police to stop leaking information on the death of 29-year-old Regis Korchinski Paquette. She fell from the 24th floor balcony of a Hyde Park area apartment building a week ago today. The Special
Hyde Park
Investigations
Avenue,
Unit says
motherfucker.
relatives of
Wasn't
the woman have put off speaking with
Right
investigators
there, it's
over
right.
concerns
100 Hyde
about
Park or
possible
something.
leaks
I
from
could be
police
wrong.
sources in the
Don't
case.
quote me.
The SIU say the family's lawyer says that leaks undermine his client's trust in the investigation. In a statement released today, the SIU stresses police are prohibited from discussing an incident under investigation by the watchdog precisely to
The ones
protect
with
the
the dog
credibility of its
ears.
work. It says disclosing such information can also delay the investigative process, which is now the case in this investigation since the family has canceled its interviews.
The principal of a high school in the Junction is apologizing for racist, homophobic, and transphobic social media posts from 3 of her students. In a letter to Humberside Collegiate students and parents, Principal Kim McLaren calls the content completely unacceptable. She says police were contacted as soon as she found out about it, and the parents or guardians of the 3 students involved have also been told.
Okay, what
His
law
police are
exactly? I
all
just
in
want
grade
to
12.
make the argument. What
Future
law did they
post-secondary
actually break?
plans
I
may
just
now
want to
be
know.
in jeopardy. The video has apparently been seen hundreds of times, with many viewers tagging universities, the TDSB.
Yeah, but
and
what's
their
that
high
message? Like, what are they saying?
schools.
Their
Inserts the
university is
Bloor West
racist, or
Village, Bobby Point, Hyde Park North, and Junction neighborhoods.
680 News Time, 9:08. Toronto's top doctor says the city continues to see roughly 150 new cases of COVID-19 each day.
The
number of new daily infections means that the work of investigating cases and identifying contacts is important to slow the spread of the virus as the city gradually opens back up.
So far, there have been almost 12,000 COVID-19 cases in the last 3 months in Toronto.
I was just thinking of the number 12,000.
We have quickly adapted to this new reality. At the very beginning of our COVID-19 response, we had 50 staff working on case and contact management. We have since mobilized over 550 staff to conduct case investigations and contact tracing.
The developer reported today Toronto had 139 new cases of coronavirus.
680 News Time 9:09. Street food vendors and food trucks, including ice cream trucks, have the go-ahead to start rolling again in Toronto. Mayor John Tory says the change comes just in time for the busy summer season.
It's important to note that for everyone's safety, all operators must adhere to physical distancing requirements for the public and provide proper health and safety measures for their staff.
See what I'm doing, John? I'm going through them to find all the dog-eared ones because we're going to spend those ones first. And the nice ones we're going to keep in the community the longest.
2 meters or 6 feet from others while waiting in line.
And the mayor says the city is still working on a plan to open up more patio space for restaurants and bars, which currently are only allowed to operate takeout and delivery. Tory expects more details to be released in the next few days.
And Premier Ford says a final decision of restaurant patios will be made within the week, but it will most likely be based on a regional approach. Ford says he's been speaking with officials and knows that as the weather gets warmer, people want restaurant patios to reopen.
I know a lot of people in rural areas want that. That's what the health people right now. They'll make those decisions within the week.
This is the first time in about 3 months that the progressive conservative government has mentioned the possibility that dine-in service may now be back on the table.
Oh, back on the table. Oh,
and the 680 News gas price update.
Bro.
3 cents.
I'm going to tell that one at the water cooler to tomorrow to Bob for the county.
We'll check traffic and weather together next.
Payroll.com is your trusted source for
county and payroll. I know they got coming and going, don't you? He's got her coming and going, let me tell you.
Sendusmasks.com can supply you with a small personal use pack of 5 masks
Mom worked in office towers.
Masks for your entire organization.
Oh, I guess
all orders shipped from their Toronto warehouse within 1 to 2 business days.
Worked in building those office towers.
Cost-effective, large quantity orders are
not to
also
say
available.
that different ones.
Order today at
Sendusmasks.com. She's sitting there working and he's still finishing.
680 News Time 9/11.
Bitch, we're not done yet.
Together, here's Kyle.
Yeah, I know you're not done yet. You should finish
the southbound 427 express lanes because of a police investigation. South 427 is closed the express lanes are from approaching Rathburn down to Bloor. Police are working on an investigation into a shooting that took place a couple of weeks ago that they think happened on the highway itself. So that's why they're doing some work here. Evidence collection.
This is one we didn't hear, but I told you they were looking for shell casing, didn't I? The only reason to shut the highway.
So if you're heading south here or attempting to, coming off the 401, you've got quite a delay on the, both ramps, east and westbound 401 ramps to South 427. As you head right into those lane restrictions into the express, down to Rathburn, where you're forced into the collectors for that stretch between Rathburn and Bloor. If you're traveling the 401 itself, that stalled vehicle on the eastbound 401 by Highway 25 cleared. No delay in that area. There never was one. And we just have a bit of construction, lane restrictions on the eastbound side, but no major
Did he sound like
he's
correcting you? No, there never was one.
Through the Allen and the Express, and that's where we have 2 left lanes blocked for construction. You'll find also delays Toronto-bound QEW as you head over the Burlington Skyway. It's reduced to a single lane. 3 right lanes are blocked between Eastport and North Shore, and so only the left lane is open. That's why it's busy there. The North Shore ramps to the Toronto-bound QEW are also closed. Your next report at 9:21, and
my son, maybe I'm tired. Okay, no, it's not.
For tonight, mainly clear, 14 degrees is the overnight low, 28 for tomorrow, and it will be mostly sunny, but we do have a southwesterly wind between 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, so it will make it feel like 32 thanks to that warmer and more humid air. And we could have a few isolated showers develop for areas west of the city and then headed up towards Cottage Country tomorrow afternoon. For Friday, mainly sunny in the morning, but more clouds and some afternoon rain showers and a high of 27, feeling like 34. Tonight's overnight low, 14.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it is 24 degrees under a clear sky. It feels like 27 with the humidity. And at Pearson Airport, similar conditions, it's 22 degrees, feeling like 25. 680 News Time, 9:13.
What's wrong with you?
After controversial comments were made by New Orleans Saints quarterback Drew Brees, who says he will never support players who kneel during the American national anthem. Speaking on CNN, the two-time Super Bowl champion Malcolm Jennings says that Brees does not understand his white privilege.
What are athletes doing with their platforms every single day to be able to talk to elected officials, to be able to put pressure on people with the amount of media that they can generate? I don't care how many people want to kneel for the national anthem, but then go home and don't do anything. And that doesn't necessarily change everything. We needed that.
Doesn't necessarily. No, it doesn't change anything, bro.
And LA Lakers star LeBron James also touched on Brees' comments, saying kneeling has absolutely nothing to do with disrespecting the U.S. flag or its soldiers. Still to come on 680 News, a slew of residential fires east of the city has prompted a warning from Oshawa's fire chief. 680 News Time, 9:14.
Getting rid of your car right now can be hard, but by donating it to the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation, not only is it easy to get rid of your car, we get closer to getting rid of cancer. The Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation will even send you a tax receipt. Call Cars for Cures, 1-844-529-CARS, or fill out the form online at carsforcures.ca. That's cars, the number 4, cures.ca.
No, kids with a K, not number 4. Kids with a K, not 4 number with a Yeah, this is basically how I chose my charity. They made me fucking mad. I hate that fucking song.
What you gonna do when them bullets fly? When bullets
Running
fly,
high,
when
driving away real fast. I wish you had something to respond with to make a gun blast.
what you gonna do when them bullets fly? 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 Pop, when you hear the block. Tough down, nigga, cause I'm in your spot. Give it up, nigga, you might get shot. I'm the hot shot, so you gonna get shot. Any nigga out here might feel the pop. My 9mm gonna make you drop. I talk about my 9 cause the shit's so hot. When shit goes down, he's ready to pop. He's stressed out, and I'm trigger happy. I gotta take the life and it feels so nasty. Believe me, this shit ain't easy. I'm a nigga with attitude, so fuck you pussy. When bullets fly, when bullets fly, what you gonna do when them bullets fly? When bullets fly, when bullets fly, what you gonna do when them bullets fly? 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 Rough like a goose, so snitch to the cops. Me, I shot back, let it go for the power. Bullets fly by like a breeze in the summer. Cold dog set, FDLCTE, RIP, and KSG, HOPS, HOPIGS, yeah, it's me. I let my bullets fly high. Shooting at you niggas like kites in the sky. I'm killing this rap shit, so what you gonna do when my bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? Yo, Kaka. Every day niggas talking shit like they tough in this motherfucking street, but they not, nigga. when the bullets fly by. Them niggas stuck like
Jan's up in the goddamn bank machines, that's why. And the counters and everything. It's gotta be fixed manually. You can't fix this shit with a machine.
Cold thoughts.
Look at this shit with the clear shit at the top edge, eh? You can see through it, that ain't right.
Fuck you niggas. When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by. What you gonna do when them bullets fly by?
With a piece of scotch tape, but it's not. That's supposed to be a real bill, that looks fake to me, bro.
What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by?
There we go, all sorted up.
You'll be supporting programs and services that your neighbors affected by kidney disease urgently depend on. Donate now.
Oh, you mean like people with mercury in their water?
Missing child in the world, and now investigators say they have a prime suspect in Madeleine McCann's 2007 disappearance from a Portugal resort. German police are calling the breakthrough significant. The suspect is a 43-year-old German man who was living in a camper van near Praia da Luz when the little girl disappeared in May of 2007. The Toronto Sun is reporting the break came when a witness emerged around the 10th anniversary of Madeleine's disappearance when British police made yet another appeal for information. Back here at home, a thinly veiled threat was made by the Premier today on the topic of commercial landlords evicting small businesses, but there was also some hope that many businesses might soon have an easier time with rent.
Premier Doug Ford lashing out at commercial landlords with a whole new level of rhetoric.
Well, what they're doing is they're testing me, and that's going to be the wrong thing to do.
This was in response to a question to the small number of landlords so far who are taking advantage of a government financing offer. This offer would see landlords getting 75% of the rent from their business tenants. Those tenants, of course, forced to stay closed. Ford says if the landlords want to play hardball, we'll play hardball. He says he'll give them just a few more days and then act. NDP leader Andrew Horwath points out the opposition called for a moratorium on commercial evictions weeks ago.
Yeah, Mr. Ford can stomp his feet and have harsh words, but he's in the driver's seat.
The Premier also saying that details will be announced over the next week on stage 2 of reopening the province's economy, and there will be some information coming in particular about restaurant patios. I'm Mark Douglas.
Well, the province might be seeing a dip in COVID-19 cases, but there are reports that some farms employing migrant workers are experiencing outbreaks due to poor conditions.
Poor conditions? Well,
according to Justice for Migrants, 400 workers have contracted the virus. 7 have been hospitalized, and the advocacy group says it expects numbers to continue climbing.
Concerns and our pleas for support were met with silence, and as a result, in the last couple of weeks, we've only seen a tremendous spike, specifically migrant agricultural workers.
The group says proper inspections aren't taking place. In some jurisdictions, employers would just need to provide photos or videos of the accommodations in order to get approval from the province. A concern they say they want the
you gotta drive how many hours to get to these places? They never inspected these goddamn places before. There was no minimum requirements for shit before. Now all of a sudden.
The ministry says employers are required to notify the province if a worker contracted the virus, unless they were certain it was while working. I'm Faisal for City News.
What? 921 traffic and weather together on the ones here.
Well, we have this closure of the southbound 427 express lanes from approaching Rathburn down to Bloor. It's a police investigation going on here. OPP are working on investigating a shooting that took place a couple of weeks ago now. They're just doing some evidence collection, I believe. So as you travel this stretch of the South 427, and coming off the 401 specifically, it's quite heavy from the 401 down to Rathburn in the express, and at that point you're forced into the collectors. So all that 401 traffic is shuffled into just the one lane, and then that's the lane that takes you onto the transfer into the collectors. That's why it's so heavy here. If you're looking for an alternate, eastbound 401 traffic can exit at Renforth and then go south down to Arrogate. west back over to the 427. Aaron Gate actually turns into the ramp onto the sub 427 where it ends, the east end of it. And if you're heading along the westbound 401, it's a longer detour. You have to get off at Martin Grove, head south down Martin Grove to Rathburn, and then west along Rathburn to the sub 427 to rejoin. We have on the 401 itself, not much in terms of delays. Minor ones westbound through the Allen, where we have 2 left lanes blocked in the express. You'll also find a minor delay in the eastbound 401 through the Allen in the collectors this time. That's where the right lane is
don't run on
blocked
drug
for
money.
construction.
Really, they made the money the same size as the drug container.
Exactly. 404 and Shepherd in the
It
express.
weighs exactly a gram. The dollar weighs
So you have
exactly
to
a
pass
quarter
by these
ounce.
crews in the HOV lane. They're just working
They don't
on
want
cleaning
us
up
doing this
something
shit.
that was in several small pieces on the highway, so that's still on the go here.
And this
No
gun
delay
knows
really through this
why
area, but just know that lane restriction. And if you're traveling to Toronto bound QEW over the Burlington Skyway, 3 right lanes are blocked for maintenance, only the left lane open, so it is slow over the Skyway
Were we
tonight.
now in here some sort of warning from a
At
fire chief?
9:31,
What
and with
the
the
fuck?
extended forecast, here's Carl Lamb.
Mainly clear tonight and 14 degrees. Mostly
Did I
sunny
talk
tomorrow,
about it?
28, and a few showers developing west of the city tomorrow afternoon. It will feel like 32, but a nice evening tomorrow, down to 13 degrees. For Friday,
Nice evening.
mainly
A
sunny.
nice evening.
We do have the chance for some
I always got
showers
this
to
black
move through
shirt
in the
on, so we gotta
afternoon and
spend
early
this on
evening.
because I can't get that up
27
there.
will feel like
I
34,
get
but
up.
once the front moves through,
It's
it's
some
going to
type
be
of
much
synthetic,
cooler for the weekend.
synthetic.
24 on Saturday with a sun and cloud
No
mix,
viscosity,
and then we do have the
salt.
chance for some afternoon rain showers, but Sunday,
Petroleum byproduct.
sunny and cooler and just a high of 19. Tonight's overnight low, 14 degrees.
And right now we're sitting at 23 degrees, feeling like 25
23
under a clear sky.
In the city of free standing water, and you didn't tell us nothing about. You didn't tell us, and I missed
Lazy
it.
Boy is now open to bring the comfort, quality, and style of Lazy Boy to your home. Shop safely in store or book a personal, private, or virtual shopping appointment with a team member or designer today. Hundreds of products are available for a beat.
Fakes perpetrating, living lies in your life. All the busted ass kids in the trap ain't skill. Live by the gun and we'll make sure you die for the bill. It's on now, we committed murders on life. For all you fakes perpetrating, living lies in your life. All the busted ass kids in the trap ain't skill. Live by the guns, we'll make sure you die for the bills.
I run at you like a maniac with a pencil, fuck the trigger finger, because killing you simple. A psychopath going through a brain relapse. Somebody better hold him down cause he's about to attack. They tell me to relax, to stop and take a breath. But the only way I'll get better is by witnessing your death. You can't stop me, motherfucker. I'm getting to you. Ain't got no armor on my chest, but I'll still get through your crew. These drugs they have me on, aren't affecting my brain. But the anger that I'm feeling is causing me pain. I'm coming for you, and there is nowhere to run. And when we meet face to face, you know it won't be no fun. Your end is coming near. Can't you feel it's close? Even if I die before you, you'll still be harassed by my ghost. I'll get you any way I can, whether you wake or asleep. Just wanna see you die before I'm fucking dead in these streets.
It's on now, we committed murders on life. For all you fakes perpetrating, living lies in your life. For all the busted ass kids in the trap ain't skill. Live by the gun and we'll make sure you die for the bills. It's on now, we committed murders on life. For all you fakes perpetrating, living lies in your life. For all the busted ass kids in the trap ain't skill. Live by the guns, we'll make sure you die for the bills.
I don't snatch chains, I go for throats. I don't steal trailers, I steal bones. I don't write tracks like one note. Construct some deviant shit and call it a poem. Raw, dirty joke, call me Rome. With the silencer pointed at your dome. Offering you the last call home. One of the sickens, clapping at chickens till the bits stop clicking. Toss it aside and grab the next seat around my ride. Always down for homicide when the green collide. I got enough to provide for all the haters that duck and hide. The quickest on the slide, go make sure your legs tied and stay inside. A bullet hitting your temple, what's rather should be elemental. Excuse me, keeping me gentle, not consumed by thinking of ways to fuck up your dental. Record over an instrumental.
It's on now, we committed murders on life. For all you fakes perpetrating, living lies in your life. For all the busted ass kids in the trap ain't skill. Live by the gun and we'll make sure you die for the bills. It's on now, we committed murders on life. For all you fakes perpetrating, living lies in your life. For all the busted ass kids in the trap ain't skill. Live by the guns, we'll make sure you die for the bills. I'm a rapist with words, skillfully diligent herds. Hate a shame, cause they come through the thick of they shirt. Perfected linguistic, demonic linguistic. Keep a pentagram life and I don't.
Last flight with a 767. The wide-body Boeing 767s first entered Air Canada's fleet all the way back in 1982. At its peak, Air Canada had 47 of them. They're now being retired, though they're not as fuel efficient, and of course, Air Canada.
They don't fall out the gutters. You're not counting the planes fall out of the sky, eh?
Particular points.
That's not fuel efficient.
It's Rouge, a budget airline, also getting rid of its 767s. But as they're doing that, Amazon.com is getting 767s. Amazon said today it's going to lease 12 767 jets that have been converted for cargo use. Did you know Amazon now has a fleet of more than 80 aircraft? It's also planning to operate three hubs in airports in Lakeland, Florida, San Bernardino, California, and in Cincinnati. So Amazon becoming its own airline. Air Canada stock up 10% today, $18.37. Amazon was up a quarter. That is sad news to pass along here. Tom Fraser, who owned and operated Tiny Tom Donuts.
So they give a shit, so cynically simple. I swear goodness to be, but ain't nobody giving two shits about my state of being. I pepper shots and drive-bys on the cap to the view. Hear the screams and boom bash from the tips of my tools. No escaping the heart and grip from the broken heart of my chest. I flex a steady step, next in the short of a set. You push me, I push me on the limits of pushing back. It's better react, desensitizing the influence. And the world's holding up, ain't no one here to help me stand. We all victims of the conversation from the sins of man. It's getting worse. It comes the end from the start. Faking your way out or come and join me up in the dark. It's on now. It's murders of life. All the fakes perpetrate, living lives in your life. All of the ass shits in the trap, things still. Everybody's running, we'll make sure you top of the bill. It's on now. We committed murders of life. All the fakes perpetrate, living lives in your life. All of the ass shits in the trap, things still. Live by the gun.
What is that, bro?
It's on now. We committed murders of life. All the fakes perpetrate, living lives in your life. All the ass kids in the trap and jail. Live by the gun and we'll make sure you die for the bill. It's on now. We committed murders of life. All you fakes perpetrating, living lives in your life.
Apparently I didn't scrub it and steam it.
In the trap and jail. Live by the gun so make sure you die for the bills.
Tell everybody I have no change.
Nah, they couldn't just start cyclic, you know?
Everybody too, bro. I got no change.
See?
Free stick, free kilo, free John, free OG. Go hard,
leg loaded. Body's DBS. All black on my clothing. Excellent. That's something golden. Put it to you. Have you drunk like the rose in. But you in your mouth. Taking all your gold in. Put it to your next man. Now it's next frozen. Now I'm dipping in the stove, then creeping in, I'm scoping. I see him leaving open. Big, large one, there's no poking. Pop out the pit, your head's open.
Yo, these guys listen to the news too.
Body stays stiff in the ocean. Cruising with some deadly fish, so your body ain't exposing. DBS, I was chosen. So I hunt for the
talk about them fucking lampreys in the fucking lake, eh?
If you owe him, the black flag always hold him. 5 DB be rolling, 10 guns we be holding, 2 each so we gon' win, a headshot so you gon' spin, back.
Niggas not tryna see me with the DBS, cause you know the niggas I'm with, get it poppin'. Strap on my waist, you can tell by how I'm walking. Act left, you can lie right in the coffin. I remember I almost got caught slipping, shit had me tripping. On this block I'm sitting, call it camping. My niggas had me snapping. Now I'm sitting here plotting on my enemy. Had to get my own strap, niggas didn't fend for me. A fat blunt and some Hennessy. Just to level me, this beat sounds heartfelt. Big bullets make the biggest niggas melt early. That's a yes, nigga.
Up top, nigga, I'm wide up. Every nigga I roll with call them scavengers. Somebody strapping for beats, don't matter the caliber. Deal with you right, ain't no getting back at us. Do what I gotta, then I'm dipping in the Avenger. Back to the bricks, doing the usual way. Felt like he was trying to hide, so I had to shoot a few. Gotta expect it, you know how down bottom shooters do. Credit gloves and each your hoodie, black socks fitted all black. I'm about to get down to my business. Deal with them on the ones, no need for a witness. Hand me the ratchet, call me
minutes to fix it. Learn from my bro, no need for shooting if you miss it. Stop complaining, every day is a gift. Every day up and got myself in the kitchen. Beans everywhere, pots whipping. I wanna move bricks, but a nigga hate ditching. The strap I got on my waist stays kicking, and I be trained so I aim with precision. Hit him in the 6-pack, give him about 6 flat, and it's a rip rap. Nigga believe that. Done 3-2 and it only cost a G-stack. Something like it's only half of the re-end. Double M and DBS, know that we bang, know that we bang. Bam, bam, bam. Get it in the T.O. Everywhere that we go, niggas know how we roll. Deeper than the motherfucker before I let the heat blow. Creeping on you motherfuckers just to let you know. I ain't sleeping on you motherfuckers just to let you know that I'm ready and I'm firing. When I come through, nigga, don't be hiding. If I get caught, toss the Glock, then I'm lying. Don't claim it's on them slowly.
We've got 2 right lanes closed in this area. You'll also find if you're traveling to Toronto bound QEW heading over the Burlington Skyway, heavy jam up. 3 right lanes are closed here. Leon's Mega Sale ends today. Find mega savings throughout the showroom on furniture, mattresses, and appliances. Shop safely in store or online. Visit leons.ca for details. Your next report at 9:41 is with forecasters Carl Lamb. For tonight, temperatures drop down to 14 degrees under a mainly clear sky. Tomorrow, mostly sunny. A few areas to the west could see a few isolated showers in the afternoon and possibly a thunderstorm. The showers are going to move to the northeast throughout the day, but a high of 28 degrees, and with that southwesterly flow of warmer air from the states, it will feel like 32, and tomorrow night's low, 13 degrees. Our overnight low tonight, 14. Right now downtown, it is 23 now under a clear sky. Similar conditions at Pearson Airport, where it is currently 22 degrees. 680 News Time, 9:34.
His life had value, and we will seek justice. This from Minnesota's Attorney General.
You insure your slaves or something? Yeah, I'm done. I'm Afro-Dutch. I know exactly what you did. And the British got the insurance company still running to this day.
Widespread demonstrations continue
Where do you
all
think
across the
the
United
free
States
benefits
tonight.
on welfare
We'll have
come
more
from?
on
The
that in a
insurance
moment.
company.
But first, 680's Phil Martino joins us live with the latest on the case against those Minneapolis officers. Phil.
Asher, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says he has filed an updated complaint.
The charges former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin with murder in the 2nd degree for the death of George Floyd.
Chauvin was
Don't
fired
raise
May
ruckus
26
because
and
things
initially
might
charged
happen
with
to change. We don't like
3rd-degree
that.
murder and
We don't like
2nd-degree
that. Yeah, we don't
manslaughter.
like
The 3
it.
other officers
No,
on scene
nigga,
the
we
day
don't like
George
that.
Floyd died have now been charged with felony aiding and abetting murder and manslaughter. The commissioner of the New York City Police Force says the NYPD stands with George Floyd's family, and the department condemns what happened in Minneapolis, and he hopes it can bring about change.
I truly hope that this is a beginning of a dialogue that will bring peace as much as possible to the Floyd family, but to New York City and this country as a whole.
According to the final autopsy results released by the county medical examiner, George Floyd's death was due to cardiopulmonary arrest or the stopping of his heart. The report says Floyd's neck was compressed when the officer's knee was on it for more than 8 minutes, but does not conclude that it was the direct cause of his death. The county autopsy also indicates that Floyd had recently tested positive for coronavirus, although there's no indication that it was a factor in his death. Phil Martino, 680 News.
680 News Time,
When you checked all the
9:36.
records, right?
And happening now in Brooklyn,
You ask, I might be a
standoff between
coronavirus too.
protesters and police as tensions increase this hour.
Yeah,
CNN
coronavirus
reporting
thing
of
is going to
60
kill you.
demonstrators
Is
have
it?
been
No,
arrested so
coronavirus
far.
didn't kill him. So stop telling us to
CNN's
go
Jason
home. Or wear
Carroll is
masks.
there with the latest.
The demonstrators turned around and were heading away. They surrounded a police car, and at that point, a number of officers came, and the situation devolved into what you see now. We've seen police make several arrests. They say that some of the protesters who were here confronted police in an aggressive manner. And so at this point,
we confront you, it's aggressive. You people grab me up on the street like it's nothing. Or rapes. Don't kid yourself.
we can get a view of that.
Oh no, you're right. We're going to keep saying we don't know what you are. Yeah. So how many complaints have you had about this from me? Because you don't know what I am.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio instituted an 8 p.m. curfew through Sunday, though looting and rioting is still taking place after that time in recent days.
Try to get to know too much, you know?
Former U.S. President Barack Obama spoke out about Floyd's death earlier today, saying he sees the turmoil that has rocked the nation as an opportunity for Americans to become aware of and address those challenges.
To those families who have been directly affected by tragedy, please know that Michelle
I didn't know you
and I,
speak French either.
the
I didn't know.
nation,
They fucking suppressed that.
breathe with you, hold you in our
You
prayers.
speak English. You speak in
We're
front of these
committed
motherfuckers for real?
to the fight
Fuck
of
you.
creating a more just nation in memory of your sons and daughters.
And in recent days, Obama did discuss the topic on social media as well as on a lengthy blog post where he condemned police brutality and called for political solutions to address protesters' grievances. But these were his first comments made on camera about Floyd's death.
And turning back to news in Toronto, the director of the SIU is calling on the Toronto Police Service to take immediate action to prevent further leaks of information in the case of Regis Korchinski-Paquette. The warning comes after a Toronto Sun article this morning quoted an unnamed police source detailing what allegedly happened in Regis's apartment. The family lawyer says the leak detracts from the public's and families' confidence in the investigation, calling it a deliberate attempt to shape the narrative of the story. As a result, the family has canceled its planned interview with SIU investigators until further notice. Regis Korchinski-Paquette fell to her death from her High Park balcony a week ago today as officers responded to a 911 call.
How did she block the door? Those doors open
News
anyway.
time, 9:38.
Doors don't open.
Police Chief Mark Saunders says anti-black racism is an issue that needs to be addressed within this city. McAllister City News has more on the message that comes at a time of increased calls for accountability.
The door. It don't open out. It opens in. Because if it opened out, people that were standing there would have to step back, and that creates a situation. You see why they don't do shit like that? People think about this. I guarantee it was a black
The
thing.
killing of George Floyd at the hands of a police officer
Why would you
in the
make the door
U.S.
open in?
He says the issue of racism is also a problem here in our city as well, and it needs to be addressed. It is extremely important for us to acknowledge it. It will help us serve those communities at this time when it may get harder before it gets better.
And Durham Police Chief Paul Martin also released a statement today stating Durham does not support nor condone nor practice violence in any fashion.
Details for stage 2 of the province's reopening plan have yet to be confirmed, but there is some hope for restaurant patios. Doug Ford said
You could have left the word
COVID-19
practice
command
out of
table is
there.
looking at
You
whether
practice
to
all the time
reopen
on
some of
us.
those patios in Ontario and that they'll make those health decisions
You're not going
within
to talk about all the
week.
possible
Meantime,
confinements
Mayor
and
Tory
sexual
also said that
assaults
he
in
knows
the
restaurants and bars are
That's
eagerly
stupid.
awaiting news about when they might be able to reopen in some way
So
for
what you
dining
talking
service, and
about?
said the city is
Don't
working
worry
with the
about it.
province to try and make that
No, I'm
happen.
not. I am fucking with your head. I didn't make it up.
And the
They
TTC
suppressed
says
that because it was
Chester
female
Station will be
officers that started to
shut
come
down
out
for
about
2
that
weeks
shit.
to allow work on making the
This is
subway
not all
station more
females.
accessible.
Fuck.
Trains will not be stopping in
Yes,
Chester when it's shut down, and customers are urged to use
They ain't injured.
Bay or Broadview stations instead. The TTC says the closure means the transit agency will be able to open new elevators at the station this fall ahead of schedule. The closure will run starting next Tuesday until June the 23rd.
Now the 680 News gas price update. Enpro predicts the price will rise 3 cents at midnight to 97.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations.
680 News Time, 9:40.
We all love well-groomed lawns, but did you know they're harmful to pollinators? By naturalizing our grass-covered landscapes, we can help declining bee and butterfly populations recover. So invite life back into our yards. Make gardens beautiful and beneficial by adding native plants. Encourage your municipality to do the same, mowing less and adding native vegetation to roadsides, power corridors, and other rights of way. Join the Canadian Wildlife Federation and saying grow.
WWF.
Together, we can be part of positive change for
Prayers.
pollinators.
You need your vitamins, brother.
Pollinators.ca.
Oh, he's got to be the ultimate warrior.
And with a check on the roads, here's Kyle Hucking.
This report brought to you by Leon. It's two heavy spots on the highways right now. On the southbound 427, all express lanes are closed from approaching Radford down to Bloor because of a police investigation. There was a shooting that took place on the highway a couple of weeks ago. So Toronto Police teamed up with the OPP. They've closed the express lanes doing an investigation into that. But they say by 10:30 it should be finished and this will be reopened. Won't help you now if you're in that heavy jam coming off either the east or westbound 401. Those ramps out of the South 427 just jammed right now. As you head into those express lanes, you're into lane restrictions immediately, traffic being funneled over to the right-hand side so they can put you onto that Express to Collector transfer at Rathburn just south of the 401. You want to take an alternate here. Eastbound 401 traffic can exit at Renforth instead, just before the 427. Take that south to Erin Gate, and then take that east, which actually becomes the ramp to the South 427 and its eastern terminus. Westbound 401, take the ramp to Martin Grove, then head south, and it's actually easier to get to than I thought. So head south of Martin Grove to Eglinton. You don't have to go all the way south to Rathburn. You can get on at Eglinton because you end up in the collector lanes there, and you'll miss any express lane delay by doing that. As you travel the remainder of the highways, the only other really heavy spot is Toronto QEW over the Burlington Skyway. 3 right lanes are blocked tonight for overnight construction. The Eastport and the North Shore ramps to Toronto bound QEW are closed as well. A traffic spotter called off the highways at Finch and Birchmount. Traffic lights are malfunctioning there. Nobody's on point duty, so treat it as a 4-way stop.
like the cops are going to come instantly for that, eh?
Find mega savings throughout the showroom on furniture, mattresses, and appliances. Shop safely in-store or online. Visit leons.ca for details. Your next report at 9:51, and with the forecast, here's Carl Lamb.
We dropped down to 14 degrees tonight. That's our overnight low. We double that for tomorrow, headed up to 28. It will feel like 32. Mostly sunny. Have that sun protection ready to go because we have a high UV index as well. And a chance for some showers west of the city tomorrow afternoon. Possible isolated thunderstorm as well. For Friday, sunny start, but we do have more clouds by the afternoon. Some rain showers as well, and a little more humid. A high of 27, feeling like 34. Tonight's overnight low, 14.
And right now we're sitting at 23 degrees under a clear sky. 680 News Time, 9:43.
Was that a comment about my skin
Another
color,
piece of
bitch?
Toronto is
No, there is brown. It's all speckled all
Today,
over
I'm
here.
happy to announce that
Around
after
the
a review
Legos.
of the emergency measures regulations and recent changes, all licensed street food vending, food trucks, and ice cream trucks in the city of Toronto are permitted to operate.
What about refreshment vehicles?
Mayor
What
John
about
Tory
refreshment
says all
vehicles?
operators have
What
to
about
abide
refreshment
by physical
vehicles?
distancing rules and proper health and safety measures for their staff. It's still no go for restaurants other than takeout or delivery. But the mayor says in the next few days, the city should have details on expanded patios that could allow
Food
for
trucks are here for
more
decades. Ice cream
reopening.
trucks are here for decades.
Coming
Restaurants
up
are here
at
for 5 months.
9:48, an NHL player donates money to George Floyd's 6-year-old daughter. 680 News Time, 9:44.
Cars for Kids hopes that you are all staying safe and healthy. We can and will get through this together. Many of you are probably spending time at home now. Maybe use the time to spring clean, like an old car taking up space in your garage. When you donate your car to Cars for Kids, it can live on by giving kids a chance to succeed. And it can all be arranged from the comfort of your home. No need to go out or do anything in person. The pickup can be contact-free. You'll receive a tax credit. Go to carsforkids.ca now to donate. Remember, that's
No, we won't be a charity. We'll be a service provider to charity. We'll just check off the box what charity you want to give it to. No IDs, bitch, where we just stay right. Your neighbor pissed you off with this guy, yeah, we don't care. No questions asked, car donation charity. Whatever charity you want to give you, I'd rather catch the case of the COVID, give you the COVID education.
All my niggas locked, struggling in the cage. Shut out, PM, Black Movement.
You should holler $15 bucks. What? That's repetitive. Yeah, it goes buck. Outside of that ice cream. Yeah, I always get the vanilla and chocolate. I never get one or the other. And always chocolate dip. I know. Don't say nothing about my cookies. Don't say nothing about my. I'll fucking lose it. I can't stand it, generally speaking. Because it's all got fucking ass to do.
In the storm bruise, I'm striking fast. Feeling sadness as my past. Never get too close, I get trashed. My soul is dark, I wanna fight its ass. I wanna hot speed, I might just fast. Find the class and these mics are smashed. Got me tripping, really not existing in it. In the storm bruise. bruise, I'm striking fast. Pain and sadness, that's my past. Can't get too close, might get trashed. My soul is dark, I wanna fight its ass. I'm in the storm bruise, I'm striking fast. Pain and sadness, that's my past. Can't get too close, might get trashed. In the storm bruise, I'm striking fast. Pain and sadness, that's my past. Can't get too close, might get trashed. My soul is dark, I wanna fight its ass. I wanna have beat, I might just fast. Rhyme with class when these mics are smashing. And it's got me tripping, feeling non-existent. And it's making me into a psychopath. Cold blood, I gotta roll something. Calm now, like a bomb now. Think you smart, let me say something. Throw it all down, what's going on now? You don't get for me to fucking see it later. You a fist swimming, I'm an alligator in a hungry suit for the lunch of food, so I'ma take you out. I'm the Terminator, so no love, no fun. Forget the pain when I roll up. I'm so low when it's so good. So low, so alone, I'm so on. So cold, I'll go so pro-ton. I'm a road dog and she knows that. She's slow dancing with no clothes on to them slow songs. All the money trash, get these dummies mad, but it still got me feeling empty. Put them in a bag and then I get them dragging out, satisfy me plenty. I send a fury shots to hella 30 through all of them would wanna hate me. I said now I'm worried cause I'm in a hurry to jeopardize my own safety. I'm crazy. On the West Coast, crazy. Just let me think. Crazy. I'm crazy. Just let me think. Everything just seems, I don't even know how to do. Just let me think. I'm crazy. Where's he going? Trust. Just let me think. Slow down, muscle hope now. I need a prayer with the hope now. I don't know how I can cope now. This isn't fair.
We call that, I call it fig nuts. I'll make you go fig nuts. Get it? It's fig nuts. We call it fig nuts because it'll make you go fig nuts. Shut up.
I look at me and then I look at you.
How's your sister watch Outside?
Goddamn, no ain't that the truth. I'm about to smash the roof so you can watch us from now on. Nobody's stopping me and I'm serving you with this big stare. Showing off my generosity. Losing sleep, these thoughts in my mind is racing throughout the dark. My love was treating like a deck of cards as she shuffled around my
and I'm not sure, I think it literally traces all the way back to growing up in East and West. I think it's remember, I think we're part of a big community, but I
leaving everyone behind the shit.
No, my homeboy, he knows everybody here. Before I can open my mouth and tell somebody else, he says, no, you don't understand. This guy gets so many weird crazy guys just walk up and start saying weird shit, try to talk to me for weird shit. You don't understand. I didn't have to tell him. We recognize that this is not normal.
I'm a stubborn fuck and I tried my luck, but thank you though just for listening.
It saves me the trouble that day, my breath of having to explain
just let me think. Just let me think. Everything just seems, I don't even know why to do it. Just let me think. Where's he going? Trust me. Just let me think. Been on the low now, not slow down, lost some hope now. I need a prayer with the Pope now. I don't know how I can cope now. This isn't fair, push the dope now. I'm on the road now to get my dough now. And I don't care who the roast now, who it goes now. I don't know now, but I'm prepared. Just let me think. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Man, just let me think. Gotta move it. Just let me think. Gotta move it. Get this money present.
Yeah. Hockey rink with the body stacked to suppress the stink. And
double up.
I'm not quite ready yet. Oh, shorty, let it rip. Give us a good one. Oh, they can't hear that. I know they can't hear that. Come on, shorty. I know you can't. I can hear it. What could I throw out the window to make a glass ball? I got the exact right one to use, but I'm not smashing it because it's got history. If I could throw a glass bottle out the window and smash it, I know I would hear, God damn it, and one of those grunt sounds. I would. We would. We'd all hear it. No, but you got to make sure it doesn't land anywhere near her and that it doesn't affect her in any way, because then you know she'll take it personal. It's one of those type of clusters. Yeah, they call her shorty. She's not cute or nothing. Don't get it twisted. She's just short. It's like, oh, that I can say it because everybody that knows me knows what I'm talking about, but nobody else does, so you can't say nothing about it. Custy. That's why these custies give themselves nicknames. You know people are going to talk about them because of the stupidness they do. Because I'm on the wrong track with the wrong map.
So sad, get close, we get close to the ride. So sad, we get close to the ride. Don't get close, we get close to the ride. If I ain't in the hood, then I'm OT grinding on the run. At the spots where the cops can't find nobody knows. Where the cops can't find them on the run. At the spots where the cops can't find them. If I ain't in the hood, then I'm OT grinding on the run. At the spots where the cops can't find them. Where the cops can't find them on the run. At the spot where the cops can't find them. Living life as a fugitive who really wants to hurt me. Enough people falling in my own fam dissing me. Love is like a mystery. I ain't got shit to see. I'm on my own. You think they care if I fucking breathe? God bless me, and I ain't even in the mood to sneeze. Shit that hit it off like the breeze. Do this rap shit with ease. Used to rock for the police. First one to duck low and shoot when it's time to squeeze. First one to go for OT for the longest. Get school facing over 20 years. Then the drop is there. Bitches looking at tender life and he's still living. Still crippin'. God bless my niggas in that cold bridge. It's skinny DBS. Don't get close when them braids hit the front page of back streets. My YGs will go get it. Forecast and have them switched up all in 1 second. Forecast and have them switched up all in 1 second. Don't get close, we get close and we riding. Get close. We get close and we riding. Don't get close, we get close and we riding. If I ain't in the hood, then I'm OT grinding on the run. At a spot where the cops can't find nobody knows. Where the cops can't find them on the run. At a spot where the cops can't find them. If I ain't in the hood, then I'm OT grinding on the run. At a spot where the cops can't find them. Nobody knows. Where the cops can't find them on the run. At a spot where the cops can't find them.
Jesus Christ, what am I looking
Is
at?
your niggas
Oh my
really
God, I'm not
riding?
even
Is your
kidding.
crew really riding? I don't know if I'm strapped. If he comes up and bottom top low, shoot straight. Make sure that you lining. Laugh when I see that pussy nigga start crying. I'm a boss in the jungle, something like a lion. Ask about me, you probably heard that I slimed him. Real beef, I ain't trying to bottom up or time. Don't get close, we get close to me riding. My nigga for my accent, she gave me dome after she did, so I dashed her. I had a pastor, didn't even cuss one word when I slapped her. Turned it to a whore, stripper, dancer, taxer, axer, life coach master. Found a sick chick, her mama knows I'm a black, so she hotels. And I got some girls in the hotel. And I got some girls in the hotel.
Motherfucking creepy people swinging back and forth in front of the window. I'm like,
we get close to riding.
I swear to God, I saw somebody swinging back and forth. What are they, fucking high and leaning and shit? Well, the lights are off. No reason it took me so long to figure out what
the cops can't find them on the run. At a spot where the cops can't find them. If I ain't in the hood, then I'm OT grinding on the run. At a spot where the cops can't find them. Nobody knows. Where the cops can't find them on the run. At a spot where the cops can't find them. Back. Don't get close, CBS, you already know what type of day it is. Palmer Media, only getting greedier. ABK, Palmer Court, Marksman, 380 degree, you already know what type of day it is. Sit back.
What type of weirdo shit are you gonna try to sell some business for?
Batman.
I just saw that.
I just got back to 19. We niggas like that shit. They might come back.
These people leaning over railings, swinging from the ceiling or something. Oh, what the fuck? I just saw.
YG back from the tracks on the crack shit, slaps on the stack. Niggas don't love you, that's a fact. Eat the Mac, no cheese. God bless me, no sneeze. Niggas see me and freeze. So they know shit, these get strapped. It's not the only one like stack. The lack just rack. Put them in a box, no jack. Roll one deep, never need a pack. Hey. Niggas know me from north to the south. Never need no one. Make my own club. Southside, reach apart. Nigga, that's my road. Niggas selling drugs, man. I'm in a drought. They all know what I'm about. Stuck in red, talk shit, catch sled to the head. Off the shits, no meds. Never fuck on the red. Stay away from the feds. On the streets, no bed. Hey, deep water, I track. I snow, no sled. I swamp me dead. This day I dread. Bitch gave me head. See my strap, they fled. Hey, I know they said I don't be shit when I was in the ditch. Now pussy, I'm rich. They low, don't switch. They solid one bitch. See the flick of the wrist. I'm on some shit. Talk shit, get hit. They don't come me lit. I keep my stick, I let it flick just like a pick. I'm in this house like old Saint Nick. She want my dick, she know I'm sick. I ain't a crip, that crack I nip. I hit his lip if he talking shit. Fuck his click and fuck his gang. I'll hit the 3 just like I'm dang. She wanna hang that booty, I bang. Oh my gang, them muscles dang. My shoulders bang. She loves me, saying she feels the pain. I'm in the rain. Hit his stain, it's a new getting paid. And this my quick, you get hand late. I'm in the top to the rate. I got that work, you know they grade.
Supplies are limited. Get the products you need today.
In the face of a global pandemic,
9:56 and 59
and
seconds.
growing civil unrest in the United States, it's not bothering traders. They're in a buying mood. And you know what? We've seen this
Well, you don't know
before.
who's buying.
Back in 1968, that year, the Vietnam War and big protests were ongoing. The civil rights movement taking hold in the United States. MLK and Robert Kennedy both assassinated.
Doubling up.
And what they called the Hong Kong flu pandemic was killing millions. And yet, the S&P 500 in 1968 ended the year with a 10.8% gain. So there's some precedence for this. Today, we have the TSX up 180 points, 1.1%.
Every president
level in
before
months
this.
at
Go ride in the street
15,575.
because then I'll have to spend all sorts of money.
127 points, 2% to 26,269. S&P 500 up 1.3%. And the NASDAQ up 74 points. Wolfgang Klein with Canaccord Genuity is here. Wolfgang, our stock's going to keep rising here.
You know, Richard, technically, the S&P 500, it wants to challenge its own highs. I was just looking at the chart.
Brad, you said that before,
the TSX is something that I'm interested in, the XIU, as it basically retraced most of its gains for the last 2 decades. In other words,
I bet you these
during the correction, it almost traded very above the level of 2,000. So it gave back 2 decades of value. So I think that's a good value play. But the momentum right now remains behind the U.S. market. Stocks on the move today, including Canada Goose up 17.5% on Bay Street on well-received earnings to $34.23. Zoom Video Communications rallied 7.5% on Wall Street as it posted strong earnings. Canadian dollar up to 74.07 cents U.S. This is 680 News. Hi, it's Tony Chapman.
This one has the fucking clear fucking
RBC. We're focusing on the heart of the Canadian economy, small businesses. Ernesto Gomez is bedridden with COVID-19. I had terrible headaches and body pain at a time when he must keep his popular Nuva restaurants in Vancouver alive.
In my mind, the only way to save our jobs is to save our brand.
The chunk out of the fucking bill, but there's not. It's clear. There's no jet-based grill. The material just comes up between the layers. Layers? There's not supposed to be fucking layers. Hold on a second, this is real? The banks give us this. This can't be real. That's why I have no faith in this money.
And thanks again to RBC for your support. Small business matters. Local news, weather, and traffic.
The coins I recognize personally. That things and scratches. Hey, I got a chocolate bar with you.
Hamilton, 22, a few clouds. In Oshawa this hour, 21 and a clear sky. Right now, downtown Toronto, 23 degrees.
We don't even look at the
25,
bills.
we have
The
a clear
bills be gone in a
sky.
year
This
to us.
is
Tomorrow on
CFTR, 680 News Time, 10 o'clock.
Give a fuck about this shit, man.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and
It's right on the outside and not the inside. This is see, this is why I got to do this over and over until I figure out how to do it quickly. I almost got it down.
This is Wednesday for the June for Scott Burnett. I'm Asher Ross.
And Christine Ritchie here.
Let's stack them all up. They'll be wet on both sides again, eh?
Police officer arrested in connection with George Floyd's death is now charged with
18711.
second-degree murder. The 3 other officers who were on scene are also facing charges.
Former U.S. President Barack Obama adding his voice to the chorus of support.
We're committed to the fight of
You
creating
need to be committed to like an institution, not a North American one either. Like, I want to see you in an African institution.
The province's police watchdog is telling
He
Toronto
thinks he
police
was
to
the
get
president. He's got some
together
type of
after a
mental
leak
illness.
in the Regis Kuczynski Paquette case was made public this morning.
Can they do that? Since he's an American citizen, can they lock him up in some sort of African mental health?
Generating buzz online.
We've got some NBA news to pass your way as Major League Soccer is getting ready to return. Sports at 15.
No stopping the big rally for stocks. Investors buy equities in the face of a pandemic and growing civil unrest in the U.S. Dow jumps more than 500 across the exports if it can continue in business at 26.
Well, then in Europe, it's made the same fucking bet. It's lost.
That means it's time for traffic.
What could possibly happen exactly every 4 years?
Toronto's most frequent traffic reports to the remote traffic center we go. Good evening, Craig Gear.
Asher, Christine, it's not a bad drive out there. We had some problems on the 427, so really jammed up as you were coming off the 401 trying to get onto the 427. They were doing a police investigation. I had to shut down the express lanes right after the 401. So
if you cut this material, apparently it heals itself.
Slowly start getting back up to normal here. We do have some ramps that are blocked. Southbound 427. At Highway 7, they're doing some work up here. So the eastbound Highway 7 ramp to the South 427 is closed. Westbound Finch ramp to the highway is blocked, and the South 427 ramp to Finch as well. Northbound 427 ramp off the highway to Highway 7, that's also closed down. Quite a few delays, mostly out in the Durham area, eastbound 401. Once you make your way east of Harmony, it's 2 right lanes that are blocked off, so it's a slow go. It's pretty extensive.
This one's all pretty. It doesn't have that self-healing looking shit.
In the usual
What the
spot
fuck?
there, west of Holt, past the 418 through Curtis, you can expect to slow down. Then we have some ramps closed as well. The Holt ramps to the highway blocked. The ramp off the West 401 to Curtis Road closed, and the ramp to Liverpool has been shut down.
You guys are making the same
to and
the
from
money
the
the same
westbound
way.
401 are now shut down. Same with the Martin Road ramps onto the West 401. Another delay here, Toronto bound QBW as you're over top.
Do that again, bro. I heard your subs. What'd you do? Turn it down?
10-11 and with the 4.
I heard it again. Bastard.
Clear tonight down to 14 degrees, and then as we head into tomorrow, mostly sunny and a southwesterly wind between 20 to 30 kilometers per hour. A high of 28. It will feel like 32, and in the afternoon, we could have a few isolated showers moving through, and a possible thunderstorm could develop from that, but otherwise we'll stay mainly dry. Tonight's overnight low, 14.
And right now we're sitting at 23 degrees, kind of like 25, and we have a clear sky. 680 News Time, 10:03.
The former Minneapolis police officer charged in connection with the death of George Floyd is now facing a charge of second-degree murder after that charge was upgraded earlier today.
You are a dumb motherfucker.
And 680's Phil Martino tells us the 3 other officers at the scene are now also facing charges. Phil.
It is second-degree murder for former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says the evidence available to them now supports the stronger charge. And for the first time, charges have been leveled against 3 other officers at the scene.
Arrest warrants were issued for former Minneapolis police officers J.A. King, Thomas Lane, and Tu Tao.
And I think that's probably why
and I filed a complaint and charges police officer King, Lane, and Tao with aiding and abetting murder in the second degree, a felony offense.
Before the charges were filed, attorney Benjamin Crump, who represents the Floyd family, stood with George Floyd's son and told a crowd of mourners and demonstrators in Minneapolis that the case represents a turning point. I'm Phil Martino.
And we have breaking news from the United States. According to the final autopsy results released by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner tonight, George Floyd's death was due to cardiopulmonary arrest or the stopping of his heart. The report says Floyd's neck was compressed when an officer's knee was on it for more than 8 minutes. However, it does not conclude that this was the direct cause of his death. The county autopsy also indicates that Floyd had recently tested positive for COVID-19. However, there was no indication that it was a factor in his death, as that positive test came about 2 months ago.
680 News Time at 10:05. Happening now in New York, police and protesters have clashed once again with several or more than 60 arrests being made in Brooklyn right now. But as CNN's Shimon Prokopach reports, many of the arrests were made due to curfew violations and not because of violence.
We are way past the curfew hour, and there were hundreds here, and the police have decided
Good, because all my niggas is in the house right now, plotting, scheming, just looking at them watching.
On the show yesterday. He said what happened here was they've been allowing him to march through the streets, they've been allowing him to march on the sidewalk, and it came from a curfew, and it was enough already, and they just decided that it was time to enforce the curfew. You can see several people here were arrested with told about 60 arrests.
Meantime, Mayor Bill de Blasio said the city call took a step forward and that it was a very different reality in New York City last night.
To the other end of the United States in Los Angeles, where a large crowd is marching on through the city's main streets, with many recognizing the charges laid against the officers involved in Floyd's death.
Thousands of people march and protest here in LA.
I don't know what that's like. I never found out
because I was marching in 100-degree heat. Says the new charges against the officers aren't enough. That all of the officers involved should be charged with murder.
Never the right word used.
But they're not hearing it loud enough.
Police here watching this crowd are taking a more hands-off approach, and after a night of relatively few problems, the curfew here goes into effect later than it has the last couple of nights. Alex Stone, ABC News, West Hollywood, California.
Former President Barack Obama
Yeah,
delivered a
because
powerful
it's
message
not
for
8
young
o'clock, it's 10
men
o'clock.
and women
Okay, well, we'll stay
of
at
color
11.
across
It's not 10 o'clock, so okay, well, we'll stay at 12. At some point, you're like, come on, bro, let it go. Just go home.
This reminds people of the 60s and the chaos and the discord and distrust throughout the country.
This was Obama's first on-camera speech following George Floyd's death. The former president praised all the young people peacefully taking to the streets to protest injustice, saying he hopes that despite the events of the past few weeks, they feel hopeful for the future.
To some news here at home now, and the family of a woman who fell to her death following an interaction with police will not speak with SIU investigators after the apparent leak of details about the incident to a local newspaper. The Toronto Sun publishing a story this morning which included a number of previously unreported details about an interaction between officers and 29-year-old Regis Korchinski-Paquette in the moments leading up to her death. The newspaper, citing unspecified sources, said that Korchinski-Paquette had barricaded herself on her balcony by using a large appliance to block the door and ultimately fell to her death trying to unsuccessfully bolt to a neighboring balcony. The family lawyer, Ian Singh, says his clients have made a decision not to speak with investigators at this time. Police say they are investigating the source of that leak.
680 News Time 10:08. Street food vendors and food trucks, including ice cream trucks, have the go-ahead to start rolling again in Toronto. Mayor John Tory says the change comes just in time for the busy summer season.
It's important to note that for everyone's safety, all operators must adhere to physical distancing requirements for the public and provide proper health and safety measures for their staff. Just like visits to other businesses, residents visiting street food vendors, food or ice cream trucks should maintain a distance of 2 meters or 6 feet from others while waiting in line.
And Mayor Tory says the city is still working on a plan to open up more patio space for restaurants and bars, which currently are only allowed to operate takeout and delivery. And he expects more details to be released in the next few days.
An Instagram account that highlights Black-owned businesses is getting a lot of attention. Brendan Rowe of City News spoke with some of them who hope it will serve as a platform to speak out against hate.
I eat that up with a match. Will it like
match George Floyd?
It can be very difficult, especially on mental health right now. So with this page, I kind of wanted to bring something positive.
Or the juice company near Coxwell and Eastwood Road. This company has been desperately looking for ways to connect with other Black businesses and have ran into a wall with COVID-19. So they welcome this groundswell of support and attention.
Sometimes outward racism is what brings community together, and the states are more unified in that way, whereas we as Canadians, we kind of just navigate and do our things independently.
If you own a Black-owned business in the GTA, Karen's Instagram page, @blackloan.tl is open, and you can send her a DM with your information.
Reagan Rose City News. Flag in your skin though. I didn't do that.
680 News. Now time for the 680 News gas price update. Info predicts the price of gas is going up 3 cents at midnight to just under 98 cents a liter at most stations across the GTA.
680 News Time 10:10.
I'm John Pretty, president of 2 Million Truck Canada. All of us are doing our best to stop the spread of coronavirus, and we know it hasn't been easy, especially for our frontline workers who are keeping us safe. Thank you to our parents, healthcare workers, everyone in essential services, and you, our customers, for staying home and helping stop the spread. We are committed.
At the toxin at museum bag in the plastic bag.
Get it with a slug, go heavy, go slow. You know me, I'm all about my dough. Gotta make sure my boys gon' blow. They love my beat.
That's a tea bucket. This is no, that's a. It's got to be 4 barrels. Ooh, that echoed off the buildings. That echoed in the fucking exhaust, in the mufflers or whatever you got on that, and then it echoed out. There was a double echo there. You don't fuck around with electronic shit out here. Man. You can fix that shit. You gotta go to college to fix that shit. I know, because I got accepted twice, 2 separate times. I don't know what percentage it is. 200 out of 700. It must have been in the top 200 of the class, I guess. Twice. The guy told me, the black guy too. Now I remember it. I'll put you this way: there's 200 spots and 700 applicants. Really, I got in both times. Why didn't I do it? Well, there was a whole bunch of reasons. And it looks like it doesn't fucking matter because every time I turn around, there's another reason that wouldn't have helped me. You help me fix a car? You know how to fix a car? I just wanted the piece of paper so somebody might give me money to fix cars. And if you can't do that, then there's no point in me proving to you I can fix a car because then you're just going to target me later. Oh, you're going to be the one to fix his cars. And if you don't do it, we're going to zap your ass. And we know you know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix cars. I don't know. It's okay, I'll fix the car. Yeah,
they rate my flow. My neck is cold, it's 0 below. Big wrist gon' shoot, you know
I know exactly what you do. You do it to animals. You tell us we're animals. You're the ones that act like animals. And then I think animals don't act like that, do they? Animal kills you, it wants to eat you. And then once it's done with what it can eat, it walks away. It doesn't stand there and say, no, you can't have it. Let the other animals eat what it wants, doesn't it?
Never tripping, coke I'm whipping, check my waist, I'm really dripping, packs I'm flipping, niggas talking, niggas snitching, trigger finger, really itch for fake niggas that want me dead. 9 on me, a 2 in the head, these niggas run to God like Ned. Check my leg, it's really red, married to the game, not newlywed. Niggas watch my every move, they just wanna see me lose. These niggas lost like blues, my flow is sick, it's got the flu. Hey, I make red, just call me Dempster's dinner. I am icy, looking fresher. Fuck that bitch, I'll never miss her. She respect me, call me Mr. Since she left, I have been better. Really wish I never met her. Pays these niggas like a letter.
Oh, that's gotta be too, so. Because it jams up the equipment. Oh, we'll fix it with some Scotch tape. Why are you taping plastic money? Are you dumb? Just heat it with a match and press some butter knife against it or something. I think when you stack up enough of them, stick them in the microwave for like the popcorn setting, I think it'll flatten them all up like iron. Or maybe just stick them all together. Here's your money, eh? What the fuck, eh? What the fuck is it? If you do that, you gotta fuck them up too, so it won't go in the machine. And yes, if you do that, the Treasury will fucking cash you out with replacement money free of charge. You know why? This is Canada. We want to be the world's safe deposit box. I was going to say bank account. All right, because it's still fucking wet. Right? If I do this enough times, when you dry out.
High as a kite, suggest you get paranoid. Finger on the trigger when you hear noise. Don't come fuck with the fairy, boys. Won't get fucked from the fairy, boys. We the new chiefs, watch the women hang on us. Like I said, C3 a new leaf, it's so dangerous. I smoke angel dust to watch the angels fight. But I ain't got no trust like the angels, man. I'm so flavorful, they so plain on us. Run away, they can park the plane on us. Watch my gator chuck, you hater fuck. Even outside the restaurant, they gotta wait on us. And we freeze, it's the chains on us. C3 a new leaf, they so fucking dangerous. Oh, my mind is going through the changes. I'm only comfortable in the company of strangers. I'll tell you I'm an orphan after you meet my family. Half the time, even my family can't stand me. I'm a Martian, right? On a Martian flight. Just trying to find another Martian life. I fear I'll die alone, a stone on the deserted beach. No, I can teach, so I just do. My mind is better than you, that makes me better than you. And I don't make the rules, don't give shit. My life is fine, and you live in shit. The natural law, only strong survive. And I don't just survive and multiply. And I don't just die with a head and calcify. So I'm at the airport with the clear view. And see none y'all bastards in the rear view. I'm smoking system like the angels, but I ain't got no trust but the angels must. I'm so flavorful, they so plain on us. Run away, they go far, complain on us. Watch my gator chuck, you hater fuck. Even outside the restaurant, they gotta wait on us. And me free, ain't no take on that.
See you friends standing over me, mocking me.
I'm sicker, a combination of symptoms that hit you quicker than liquor. I'm fit to leave you all feeling like victims. Genocide on my mind, I'm thinking like Hitler. See nobody like Osama. I'm rocking multi-generations as your mama. I'm a president, no Obama. Beat up, beat cut, roll the ganja. Mr. C3, no mystery, me be history. See, I did a trip, take a pic of my dick and texting it to your chick. So sick, that's how I roll. Never slept alone, always got a couple hungry bitches begging for the bone. And your chick's begging at my phone, begging for a begging in her hole. I go deep like a mole, and I ain't
what that is, but it doesn't exist.
The angels must. I'm so flavorful, they so plain on us. Run away, they go park the plane on us. Watch my gator chuck, you hater fuck. Even outside the restaurant, they gotta wait on us. And we free,
5 minutes got the drugs out there.
The fucking dangerous.
The season would run from July 31st to October the 12th to help determine playoff seeding. Each team will play 8 regular season games, and Sportsnet's Michael Grange reports the Raptors would play Philly, Boston, Denver, Milwaukee, the Lakers, Houston, Miami.
I don't want
and
my
Orlando.
players mixing with
Ken
those
Rosenthal
people.
of the
That's
Athletic
like
reports that Major League Baseball, as expected, has rejected the union's 114 game
completely
season
his own
proposal,
team at every
and
turn,
will
but
be
now I'm
sending
going
a
to form an
counteroffer.
opinion.
The league and its owners have been talking about wanting a shorter season with no fans, and they're ready to further talks with the playoffs. And Major League Soccer and its players' union reached an agreement that paves the way for a summer tournament in Florida after the season was suspended by the COVID-19 pandemic. The deal was announced by the MLS Players Association following tense talks and the league threatening a lockout. Streaming live on the Sportsnet app, this is Toronto Sports Radio, Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
No, it's not.
Sports at 15
Hey,
and
did
45.
somebody not tell him he's doing a piece for a
or
different
anytime
radio
at
station, and you just got him like
sportsnet.ca/590.
gerbil? The light comes on, read the screen.
Face masks? FactoryDirect.ca has one of the best selections of non-medical masks at some of the lowest prices in Canada. From disposable, washable, printed,
There's nothing on this
your
phone.
favorite color, or the face mask to fit your budget and style. Plus, FactoryDirect.ca has other non-medical products such as hand
That's a
sanitizer,
leg also.
gloves, face shields, and much more. Visit
That's a leg also.
FactoryDirect.ca or one of 20 stores.
On my aunt, I know, but that's
Don't wait. Supplies are limited. Get the products you
usual
need.
syndicate from D19.
Here's to the
They're all
road ahead.
red,
Here's to
bloody.
haircuts, hugs, and holidays.
I don't know if
Here's
these
to the
are
things
kind
we
of
miss
spots or
and look forward
logos.
to.
There's
Here's to
all over
Canada
there.
and Canadians. And if it's
I'm
time for a
trying
new
to
car,
sort
here's to you
this
from
one
Honda. Right now, lease the 2020 Honda Civic LX from just $59 weekly at 1.99% and zero down, including the $1,000 Honda
There's a bunch
bonus.
on here,
And
not
shop
as
safely
bad.
with
There's
enhanced
a
safety
bunch.
procedures
Not
in
nearly
all
as bad.
dealerships. Here's to the power of determination, and here's to the road ahead. Includes rate and fees for 60 months, taxes extra, OAC. See HondaOntario.com.
680 News Time 1019.
I'm not white. I'm
Peaceful
only white where I'm
protests
not
are
black.
continuing for
You
a
not see
ninth
this?
straight
Red
day in
leaf?
cities across the United States as curfew enforcement gets set to begin on the East Coast. Those demonstrators are just steps from the White House. The crowd is being described as peaceful, and they may be there for a while. The district mayor has pushed
You got
the
rocket
curfew
launchers in our
to take
projects.
effect
You're
at
so lucky
11
you weren't in
p.m.
Canada.
local time. A large group of protesters marching through New York's 5 boroughs. A curfew takes effect in New York City at 8 p.m. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Back here at home, it will be November at the earliest before the man accused of driving a rental van down Yonge Street 2 years ago, killing 10 people, will head to a courtroom.
The trial for Alec Manassian is now scheduled to start November 9th. It's by judge
no argument
only and is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks.
It doesn't matter if he ever goes to trial. They can literally just hold him forever. It doesn't matter what appeals he makes. They'll just hold him. In the end, they'll put him back in a mental hospital and bring him back to jail. They don't give a fuck.
Confessed to police just hours after a rental
He
van
did on
was
video,
driven
but
down
he
the
was caught
sidewalks on
red-handed
Yonge
and he
Street in
was...
North York on April
He
23rd,
did it,
2018.
he did it.
He's standing trial on 10 charges of first-degree murder and 16 of attempted murder.
The judge has already said this isn't a case of whether he carried out the attack, but Manassian's state of mind when it happened. I'm Charlie survived
as a Holocaust
And
survivor.
beginning tomorrow at noon, flight crew on airlines in Canada will be required to wear masks or face coverings to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Wait.
The new rules will also apply to workers in restricted areas of airports when they cannot physically distance. However, due to safety reasons, pilots will be exempted when they are on the flight deck. Transport Minister Mark Garneau says mandatory masks will also apply for those in the railway industry.
No one's allowed in the cockpit at all.
Workers, when possible, wear face
Ever.
coverings.
You think
Air passengers in this country are already required to wear face masks when traveling, and the federal government continues to advise against any non-essential travel during the pandemic. 6 City News Time 1021. Checking your drive. Here is right here. Oh, terrible one. And there we do some construction ongoing and collision. That collision isn't doing too much to your travel times, but it's going to be on the eastbound 401 East of Brock Road, where they have the 2 left lanes blocked off here because of this collision. We have construction east of Harmony that's blocking 2 right lanes, and that is causing a slowdown as you round the bend. It's east of Harmony, pretty much approaching Curtis Road is where the end of the construction stretches, slowing down east of Harmony. On the westbound side of the 401, you're going to be slow from Holt Road to about the 418 now. This is for construction again. A couple of stretches through here, both directions where you're down to just a single lane. All things are improving around the 427 and the 401. Even that construction that's still in place from Dixon Martin Grove right down to the 427, it's still there, but everything's back up to speed now. But we are slow on the westbound 401 if you're in the express approaching the Allen. We have a bunch of lanes blocked off here, and also the ramps off the highway, express and collectors to southbound Allen, Yorkdale, all shut down. Over top the Burlington Skyway was another stretch where we had some delays, still a bit slow for here. Things are improving.
Yeah, weeks ago there was a floater.
Another stretch where you only have a single lane getting by on those earlier delays that I was seeing on the westbound Gardner as you come off the DVP and start heading westbound. Those have wrapped up and fixed themselves. Your next report is at 10:31. Here's a look at the forecast now with Carl Lamb. Mainly clear tonight, 14 degrees, mostly sunny tomorrow, 28, and a few showers developing west of the city tomorrow afternoon. It will feel like 32, but a nice evening tomorrow, down to 13 degrees. For Friday, mainly sunny. We do have the chance for some showers to move through in the afternoon and early evening. 27 will feel like 34, but once the front moves through, it's going to be much cooler for the weekend. 24 on Saturday with a sun-cloud mix, and then we do have the chance for some afternoon rain showers, but Sunday, sunny and cooler and just a high of 19. Tonight's overnight low, 14 degrees.
And right now in downtown Toronto, 21 degrees with a clear sky. 680 News Time 10:23.
Being a new mom isn't easy, but hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just 1 drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D drops.
Like a little too. Well, it's not even PC. What's the
Continue
word?
for a 9th straight day stateside, even after the charge against Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer at the center of George Floyd's death, had his charge upgraded to 2nd-degree murder. Meantime, the results of Floyd's autopsy are generating some questions this evening, and patios and street meat could soon be back in time for the summer season as we near stage 2 in the province's reopening plan. Those stories and more coming up at 10:30.
680 News Time 10:24.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers
To getting the answers to what you need to know about COVID-19.
and answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com.
You're sick. You need to go to the doctor.
We're in this together.
Working for you.
Cargo virus, I'm a sick dog.
Matthew Pegg says today was another first for him as he met with his psychologist by video conference.
What?
Pressures that I have faced in my job and in my role as the COVID-19 incident commander have at times been daunting. And my psychologist helps me stay grounded and
What's going on with my blood vessels, Jay?
I'm employing healthy and safe coping mechanisms. So today was a good
Holy
day
fuck,
for me.
what's
I
wrong
wanted
with
to
you?
share that with you, and hoping that today is a good day for you too.
Peck said there's no weakness in getting help to stay healthy.
Some of that is dirt. Why are my blood vessels
means your
black?
air conditioner needs to work. If you need repairs or replacements,
That's not
Reliance Home
dirt
Comfort
doesn't
answers your
show
call
up on your blood
24/7.
vessels.
We're taking every precaution to keep you safe, and we're ready to help with deferred
going on
payments
here?
and no
It's
interest
not-
for 18 months on
it's
featured
here.
air conditioners. And, as always, you can count on our next day installation guarantee. When you need air conditioner help now.
That's right. Keep getting on with my arms because there's more problems.
Financing OAC. Interest accrues from end of deferral period. Conditions apply. See website for details.
We all love well-groomed lawns, but did you know they're
I
harmful
don't.
to pollinators? By naturalizing our grass-covered landscapes, we can help declining bee and butterfly populations recover. So invite life back into our yards. Make gardens beautiful and beneficial by adding native plants. Encourage your municipality to do the same.
And you can start taking out all the other plants, and that would do the same thing, wouldn't it?
Join the Canadian Wildlife Federation and saying, grow it, don't mow it. Together, we can be part of positive change.
How about we grow it and then we mow it too? If you catch my drift.
Good evening. Some rather optimistic comments from the Bank of Canada today, and it's from the new governor.
Optimistic.
Who took over. The bank says the economy appears to have avoided the worst case scenario that it laid out a couple of months ago, and that the worst of the crisis economically appears to have peaked. I know, Tri-Tilton has one of the millions of Canadians who have lost their job, but
I
the
love
bank
setting
said
up
at one
since
point
the
it thought the economy could contract in the second quarter by 30%. And now it's predicting anywhere from 10 to 20%. And the bank expects the Canadian economy to grow in the third quarter. It's crediting that possibility to increase government spending and low interest rates. Anthony Acoli, TD Bank.
They also mentioned that their focus is going to be shifting towards supporting the economy rather than focusing on making sure the financial markets are functioning smoothly. So the ability programs most likely aren't in the works, but very optimistic tone from the Bank of Canada.
The bank left the interest rate unchanged at 0.25%. It says that's as low as it's going to go with it. This triggered a further rally for the Canadian dollar. The loony's been on a tear this week, and it closed just above 74 cents US today.
Did they say it like that or you? Because you're talking like a dope dealer too, eh?
Canadian to buy one US
Those
dollar.
are going to go with you,
I suppose this should
exactly how we speak,
to
eh?
anyone. The GTA housing market proving resilient. New numbers today show home sales in the GTA were up 55% in May over April. Still down 54% over last year, but quite the comeback in the month of May. The average selling price here, the big smoke, $863,000. All right, markets keep on rallying. Wall Street up for a fourth day. The Dow gained 527 points today, up another 2%. To 26,269. S&P up 1.3%, just 8% off its all-time high. Zoom Video Communications up more than 7% on strong earnings. NASDAQ up 74 points today. The TSX up 180 to 15,575. Top stories next on 680 News.
With TD Insurance, there are so many ways to save, we can't fit them all in this ad. But this guy can try.
Alumni and professional preferred rates, home and car bundle, burglar on discount.
Canceling the insurance.
Discount, mortgage free discount, multi-vehicle discount, opportunity savings, return discount, there's excellent discount, condition free savings, claims free savings, long mileage savings, ride and drive discount, multi-bike discount, and many more.
Over 30 ways to save on home and car insurance. The TD Insurance Savings Commitment. That's what confidence feels like. Learn more and get a quote at tdinsurance.com. Conditions apply.
Steel dealer days are back this spring with battery blowers and trimmers starting at
You fucking serious?
battery chainsaws at
Goddamn
$299.95, and battery lawnmowers starting at only $599.95. Steel battery tools are easy to start, easy to run, and easy to maintain. And for a limited time, save 50% off your second battery when you purchase a new unit. See dealer for details. Steel battery products are sold at over 1,000 authorized Steel dealers across Canada. Find yours today at steel.ca.
Right now in downtown Toronto, we have a clear sky. It is 21
And
degrees.
that's why I'm not paying double
Lucas
price.
Castelletto is our editor this evening. Tijuana
The
Turner
Westin. I'll
is
find
at the
somebody
digital
selling
desk.
what I
Gabriel
want.
LeBlanc is our news director. The News Watch never stops.
You see that?
680 News is CFTR AM
What the fuck is
Toronto.
that
It's
shit?
10:30.
Number one for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Scott Burnett and
If I fucked it up, how come that part's not fucked up? If I did it, how come that part is not all fucked up? I don't think it's my fault. Right?
Here's what's making news right now.
That would fit if it didn't fucking rip the fuck up. It did fit.
Arrested in connection with George Floyd's death
have been upgraded, and now 3 other cops are facing charges. The results of the 3rd autopsy of George Floyd released tonight. This latest report says Floyd had COVID-19 at the time of his death.
More than 60 protesters arrested in protests in Brooklyn
earlier.
this evening, while thousands more
That's the
demonstrated
story,
in cities
Kid.
right across the U.S. demanding justice
Also,
and
he died of a
reform
heart attack.
in
Yeah,
the
his
wake of
heart
Floyd's
stopped.
And some good news coming up. Homer Simpson is happy.
Bless you, toys.
Oh, those are ice cream, man.
I know.
Yes, the sweet sound of ice cream trucks
Oh,
will
yeah,
soon be
that's
coming to a
funny.
Toronto neighborhood near
Related
you.
TV.
Looks
Related
like the
TV.
NBA
This
will
is
indeed be coming
Rogers.
back in July as the standoff continues between Major League Baseball and its players. Sports at 45.
Never mind a pandemic, a troubled economy, and civil unrest in the States, investors just kept on buying. Big rally on the markets today, the S&P within only a few percent of its all-time high. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 1031.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Craig Gear.
So heading out there on the eastbound 401, we have a collision
see
east
what
of
I'm
Brock
talking
Road.
about.
2 left lanes are blocked off here.
I fucked it
Before
up.
that, the only big thing to mention is the southbound Morningside ramp to the eastbound 401. That's been shut down. For the most part, the eastbound 401's in really good shape. If you're in the collectors, though, approaching Leslie, it's going to be 3 left lanes that are blocked off. But right now, it doesn't look too bad. But it might pick up or slow down through this stretch here. We'll let you know. But that's what's going on there on the eastbound side of the highway. We do have some construction east of Harmony as well, slowing things down. Harmony to in between Harmony and Curtis Road is where it's the slowest spot through this construction zone. Only the left lanes open. On the westbound 401, west of Holt Road, only the left lanes open through here as well. So it's a heavy drive as you go through this stretch as well. The Holt ramps to the west 401 are also closed. The ramp off the highway to Curtis Road's been closed. The ramp to Liverpool is blocked off as well. Starting to see a little bit of a slowdown here on the westbound 401 through Meadowvale as you approach Meadowvale in the express as well. Looks like they might be setting up for construction through here. Westbound 401 backing up as you approach the Allen in the express. 2 left lanes are blocked off here. They're also in the collectors in the 2 right lanes. So once you pass the Allen in the collectors, it's also a slow drive. The express and collector ramps to South Allen and Yorkdale are also blocked off. The southbound Allen and the northbound Dufferin ramps to the west 401 also shut down. We have quite a few lanes. Only the left lane is open as you approach the 427, but it doesn't seem to be causing any delay right now. Toronto-bound QEW over top of the Burlington Skyway. Only the left lane open. Slight delays as you're coming into the city over top of the Skyway. Your next report is at 10:41. Here's a look at the forecast now with Carl Lamb.
For tonight, temperatures drop down to 14 degrees under a mainly clear sky. Tomorrow, mostly sunny. A few areas to the west could see a few isolated showers in the afternoon and possibly a thunderstorm. The showers are going to move to the northeast throughout the day, but a high of 28 degrees, and with that southwesterly flow of warmer air from the States, it will feel like 32, and tomorrow night's low, 13 degrees. Our overnight low tonight, 14. Right now downtown, it is 21 degrees under a clear sky. Similar conditions at Pearson Airport, where it's currently 22 degrees. 680 News Time, 10:34.
It's being called a bittersweet moment and a significant step forward on the road to justice by the attorney representing George Floyd's family after the charge against the former officer at the center of the case was upgraded to second-degree murder.
The 3 other officers involved in the incident have now also been charged. 680's Phil Martino with more.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is now charged with second-degree murder.
I believe the evidence available to us now supports the stronger charge.
Chauvin was fired May 26th and initially charged with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. The 3 other officers on scene were also fired, but were not immediately charged. They have now been charged with felony aiding and abetting murder and manslaughter. Ahead of the charges being filed, attorney Benjamin Crump, who represents the Floyd family, urged a crowd of mourners and demonstrators in Minneapolis to remain peaceful.
Let's take a breath for justice. Let's take a breath
to heal our country.
Minnesota's Attorney General says he strongly believes these developments are in the interest of justice for George Floyd, his family, the community, and the state. I'm Phil Martino.
680 News Time, 10:35. And we have breaking news from Minnesota. The final autopsy results have found George Floyd's death was due to a heart attack. The report from Dr. Andrew Baker says Floyd's neck was compressed, but does not conclude that it was the direct cause of his death. The new report does indicate that Floyd had a number of bruises and cuts on his head, face, mouth, shoulders, arms, and legs. The county autopsy also indicates that Floyd had recently tested positive for coronavirus, although there is no indication that it was a factor in his death. An independent autopsy commissioned by the Floyd family disagreed with the conclusion of the county, saying that Floyd died of asphyxiation from sustained pressure.
Meantime, hundreds of thousands of peaceful protesters took to the streets today for a ninth day in a row to demand justice for Floyd and other Black Americans who have recently died following police brutality. In Brooklyn, close to 60 arrests were made after tensions escalated between protesters and police. CNN's Jason Carroll has more.
Police have been really, in terms of tactic,
I don't want to hear what you say unless you say it for custody.
allowing a lot of these demonstrators for the past few nights to march beyond curfew. We saw that again tonight. These protesters were marching beyond curfew, which is at 8 o'clock. This is where police say we are drawing the line. You can go no further. And we saw that last night as well at a certain point with the police not allowing some protesters to get on the Manhattan Bridge. Once they did that, they turned around, and the protesters were heading away from police. It was when a small group of them, Don, started surrounding that police car that police immediately moved in and confronted it and started to arrest those who were there.
Curfew was set for 8 p.m. in New York City and will continue that way until Sunday.
In a virtual forum in the wake of protests following George Floyd's death, former President Barack Obama urged communities to try to change their use of force policies from within.
Today, I am urging every mayor in this country to review your use of force policies for members of your community and commit to report on planned reforms.
Obama says he sees the turmoil that's rocked the country as an opportunity for Americans to become aware of and address, quote, the challenges that have been thrown into high relief in our society.
We see opportunities in places.
This is 680 News at 10:38. The province's police watchdog is telling Toronto police to stop leaking information about the death of 29-year-old Regis Korchinski-Paquette. She fell from the 24th floor balcony of a High Park apartment building a week ago. The Special Investigations Unit says relatives of the woman have put off speaking with investigators over concerns about possible leaks from police sources in the case. The SIU say the family's lawyer says that such leaks could undermine his client's trust in the investigation. In a statement released earlier today, the police watchdog stresses police are prohibited from discussing an incident under investigation by the watchdog precisely to protect the credibility of its work. A story published in the Toronto Sun today cites unnamed sources as telling the paper that the woman used a heavy appliance to block her balcony door before falling to her death.
680 News Time, 10:38. Street food vendors and food trucks, including ice cream trucks, have the go-ahead to start rolling again in Toronto. Mayor John Tory says the change comes just in time with this busy summer season.
It's important to note that for everyone's safety, all operators must adhere to physical distancing requirements for the public and provide proper health and safety measures for their staff. Just like visits to other businesses, residents visiting street food vendors, food or ice cream trucks should maintain a distance of 2 meters or 6 feet from others while waiting in line.
He says the city is still working on a plan to open up more patio space for restaurants and bars, which currently are only allowed to operate takeout and delivery. And Mayor Tory expects more details to be released in the next few days.
And Premier Ford says a final decision of restaurant patios will be made within the week, but it will most likely be based on a regional approach. He says he's been speaking with officials and knows that as the weather gets warmer, people want patios to open back up.
I know a lot of people in the rural areas want that. That's at the health table right now, and they'll make those decisions within the week.
This is the first time in about 3 months that the PC government has mentioned the possibility that dine-in service may be back on the table.
Now, the 680 News gas price update. Enpro predicts the price will rise 3 cents at midnight to 97.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations.
680 News Time, 10:40.
I'm cardiologist Dr. Sharon Rambahar on behalf of Heart and Stroke. During the pandemic, people with heart conditions or stroke are suffering at home, too afraid to seek help, risking irreversible harm and causing complications not seen for decades. Hospitals have taken extra precautions.
We know something really bad is happening with kids.
Call 911 if you or someone you know is experiencing signs of heart attack, stroke, or cardiac arrest. Do not let COVID-19 destroy our lives.
Very simple, because we're not talking about it at all. So I got nothing good to say.
680 News Time, 10:41.
And time for traffic and weather together on the...
Fuck, I'm sitting here smoking the joint, listening to the goddamn commercial. By the time they start talking about that again, we're gonna have bad things.
Big young black bush, where BB. Let's see. All these fuck niggas really talking like you sick. See me on the strip, they ain't walking with a stick. Hit him in the rib, now we living in the dirt. Stupid gassy bitch, yo, she moving like she sick. Nigga double M, yeah, she called her on the shit. Drop the Addy, dumb bitch, still didn't fly through you. Sip, Peel Street, bitch, she would fly you. You watch your hand get drawn in, try to line you. Hit me with a hammer, shit back grimy. You a lying bitch, you a thought, you slimy. All them lies you saying, we ain't buying. Talking about he was in my arms, I was crying. You a stupid goof, you were in stations. Talking to the cops now, bitch, you were basic. Fly high, Dustin, now he's a skeleton. Shouldn't try to kill me now, bitch, he's a gas pack. He was in your basement, smoking that crack on all their heads. It's your turn to illin'. Talking about he's gonna get me, bitch, are you illin'? If you come to Regent Park, nigga, you be missing. Toss him in the river, swimming with the fish. Should've shut your mouth, you're part of the petition. Now it's on the lip, you a ugly bitch. We know your coochie stinks. All for the links, all for the clothes. You should've took another route. Little nigga, said it smells like sauerkraut. That's tough, but last but not least, you think you're free? It's on to Britney. You don't want the polys, I promise you don't. Run up in your house, pick you up like Pop Smoke. Then we backtrack, trapping, yeah, we on the roads. Fuck niggas. If you sick, respond. If you're not, shut your fucking mouth. Young Block Boys are bad.
Of hockey's favorite podcast, The Suspendables. Your next report is at 10:51. Here's a look at the forecast out of Carolina. We dropped down to 14 degrees tonight. That's our low. That's coming up for tomorrow. Then up to 28 degrees, 32. Black green, with a clear sky. The principal of a high school in the Junction is apologizing for racist, homophobic, and transphobic social media posts from 3 of her students. In a letter to Humberside Collegiate students and parents, Principal Kim McLaren calls the content completely unacceptable.
Okay, right?
She says police were contacted as soon as she found out about it, and the parents or guardians of the 3 students involved have also been told. It's believed they're all in grade 12. Their future post-secondary plans may now also be in jeopardy. The video has apparently been seen hundreds of times, with many viewers tagging universities, the TDSB, and their high school. Humberside Collegiate serves the Bloor West Village of Babby Point, High Park North, and Junction neighborhoods. Coming up at 10:48, Snapchat says it will no longer promote President Trump's account.
Was it on your system? Was it on your computer that you did this?
Hi, it's Tony Chapman, host of the podcast Chatted Matters. Thanks to the incredible
black and green, on that gang shit, on that we don't play shit. Let it spray shit, flushing ain't okay shit. Let it bang shit, let your colors hang shit. On that great shit, choppers spit and flame shit. Know you hate shit, know you meant to date bitch. We done made it, off the block is 18, Massachusetts.
made his way to New York State. Puzzle piece gang, we was side by side. One block at a time, bricks in halves, quarters, dimes. Flip it one more time, stacking paper, copper's crime. Facts like shit, get dealt with on the real real quick. Extra clips, plastic filter to the tip. Black bandana, black and green bandana. 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 Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. 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 20 months, we ain't got your shit on us. Now, throw up children in the car because we get no fuck. Grow up in black, grow up in signs that represent. Stay with the crew, then KT guns, slit your neck. We dangerous like Buster Bus in 97. We aiming bustin', you wanna stairway to heaven. I'm about to like forget the fact I'm fucking white. I got that heart that's soft that cook that fucking white. In my kitchen, serving fiends, feeding addiction. My money's straight, this life I leave you fucking bitchin'. I wave them flags with black and green like LA Crips. But we ain't them, this puzzle piece can't be a bitch. Black bandana, black and green bandana. 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 Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black bandana, black and green.
I just inadvertently threw
black and green bandana.
There's people like they always use cheating, like Disney's cheating, and I don't know what the fuck.
Black and green bandana. Black bandana. Black and green bandana, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green.
Why do you fucking do things the way white people do? I don't understand why you keep copying white people every fucking time you do that.
Black bandana, black and green bandana. Black bandana, black and green bandana. Black bandana, black and green bandana.
Why do white guys do this? I don't give a fuck how they do it. They're copying you, stupid. Now you're copying them. That's just fucking
Sportsnet.ca/Fun Night.
6 News Time 10
on the Civic.
You reach from the lake, water came through, shorted out the lunges, the radiator too.
Hey, stuff happens. And when you need money now,
Why is my clock
now,
jumping 2 minutes at a fucking time, bro? Like,
You need money in a
you're not fucking with my shit, eh?
Self-employed, no proof of income required.
So we don't jump no 2 minutes at a time. It's up by a couple seconds here and there. Back and
You
forth.
get a loan in minutes. Borrow up to $50,000. Go to prudentfinancial.net
Makes me think it's a digital clock. Fuck with. What do I see here?
At Hydro One, we created the Pandemic Relief Program because our team believes
No one should have to worry about being disconnected.
Wherever our customers are, we need to do what we can to restore power. Families should feel safe and secure. Being here for our customers is more important than ever.
Oh man,
We
you got to
believe in
have
keeping our
skin
community
and
strong
hair
and
that
helping
are
them
both
grow.
racist.
To help
They seem to
customers
be
in
against
need,
each other
offering
that are
financial
allowed
relief and payment
promulgate
flexibility.
to
Learn more at
produce hair, not
hydro1.com.
the
6 City News Time 10:48 to the U.S. now, where President Donald Trump answered questions on whether he should comfort a nation reeling from protests over police brutality.
Former White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer on Newsmax asking his former boss, President Trump, if he should be leading the nation in healing.
Right now, I think the nation needs law and order because you have a bad group of people out there.
The president saying he will dominate any group of protesters damaging or threatening cities.
Yeah, we need healing, but we also need strength and we need toughness and we need law and order. We need it all, but we do need healing.
Andy Field, ABC
I
News.
don't have to walk all the way down there. I'm just gonna
Manhattan,
jump
where
one turnstile.
ABC's
No, I
Tiffany
know. I just gotta
Ramos
walk
spoke
past
to
the old man in the
protesters
booth.
marching
No, I
for
know,
change.
because he's always in the goddamn bathroom. The break room or somewhere. That's how I know you got a bunch of secret rooms in there.
Thousands protesting racism and police brutality. What do you think about the charges that the officers are now facing?
No, no. It's a protest.
It took cities burning. Large crowds turning out from New York to Los Angeles to the U.S. Capitol, where protesters lied face down in silence. Meantime, officials in Los Angeles say more than 60 people are facing charges for crimes during recent protests. And Snapchat is the latest social media platform to take action against President Trump.
After Twitter flagged 2 of the president's tweets, Snapchat says it will no longer promote the president's account on its Discover page, cutting off a substantial audience of young people who could access Trump's campaign.
Although I do think they should see this shit.
And other outlets. In a statement, a Snap spokesperson said the decision was made to, quote,
I
not
think the
amplify
kids know
voices who incite
he's
racial
orange,
violence
yeah, the
and
orange guy here, the
injustice
orange man,
by
Mr.
giving them
Dutchins.
free promotion on Discover. Trump's account has now been removed and can still be subscribed to by users.
Eating carrots and standing in the sun all day.
6 News Time, 10:51.
And it's probably got UV lamps or something.
Now we head over to the
They help
traffic center with
the,
Greg here.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. So things are improving through some of our construction zones, like if you're trying to bound on the QEW over top the Burlington Skyway, we were seeing delays here because of maintenance, but everything's back up to speed through there. On the eastbound front, we had the Mississauga road ramps to the highway closed, and also the right lanes blocked through Mississauga Road in this construction zone. Just minor delays through here. At the Allen in the collectors, the right lane's blocked off. At Leslie in the collectors, the 3 left lanes are blocked off, but really it's not too bad going eastbound through these stretches. At least we also have the southbound Morningside ramp to the eastbound 401 closed, and still with delays east of Brock Road. Just slight delays getting by this collision here. It's in the left lane, and slight delays through the construction past that east of Harmony. Only the left lane is open. Westbound 401, things are looking good through the construction at Holt Road. We still have the Holt ramps to the highway closed. The ramp off the highway to Curtis is blocked. The ramp to Liverpool's been shut down as well. So as you approach Meadowvale in the Express, it's 2 right lanes that are blocked off, but things are looking much better through here. We have the Markham Road ramps to and from the westbound 401 closed. Northbound Brimley ramp to the highway has been shut down now too. It's still a slow go as you approach the Allen in the Express. 2 left lanes are closed. We have the 2 right lanes blocked in the collectors through this stretch as well. Express and collector ramps to southbound Allen, Yorkdale shut down, and no access to the West 401 from southbound Allen, northbound Dufferin ramps, and the Martin Grove ramps as well are closed down. 407 ETR is helping communities and hospitals with a $5.2 million donation to United Way and GTHA hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com. Your next report is at 11:01. Here's the forecast now with Carl Lamb.
We'll have a calm evening across the GTA down to 14 degrees, mainly clear. Tomorrow, 28 is the high, but with that southwesterly wind between 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, it brings in some warmer air from the states. It will feel like 32 under that sunshine, and we do have the chance for a few showers to develop west of the city. For Friday, sunny to start, but more clouds by the afternoon, and along with those clouds come some rain showers as well. It's a little more humid as well, a high of 27, and then we drop down to 12 degrees on Friday night. Saturday, sun and cloud to start, but we do have the chance for some afternoon rain showers, a high of 24 on Saturday. Tonight's overnight low, 14.
And right now we're sitting at 21 degrees with a clear sky.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Walmart.
With Walmart's guaranteed unbeatable low prices, a carton of fresh blueberries is now only $1.97. Walmart. Save money, live better. Coming up at 11 o'clock, the latest on the Minnesota Attorney General saying the state is seeking justice for George Floyd's death, issuing new charges against the now ex-police officer who held his knee on Floyd's neck for some 8 minutes. That officer now receiving a second-degree murder charge, which could see a 40-year prison sentence. Meantime, the other 3 officers standing by and watching have been charged with aiding and abetting a murder. And tonight, results of the 3rd autopsy on George Floyd released this evening. This latest report says he had COVID-19 at the time of his death and died from a heart attack. And these results conflict with an independent autopsy commissioned by the Floyd family, saying that Floyd died of asphyxiation from sustained pressure. 680 News Time at 10:54. We're all sharing a similar experience these days, spending more of our time online, listening to the radio, podcasts, and watching TV. If your business is working hard to serve your customers, you should let them know. You have their attention. You know where they are. You're don't know what they're doing. You kind of even know how they're feeling because you're feeling it all too. You have the opportunity to speak
positive 2 months earlier.
Help you find your company's voice. Visit Rogers Sports and Media.
They fucking said I don't fucking know. I don't make too much of a point of time.
Know the moment it happens.
Subscribe to 680 News breaking news alerts on your mobile.
Powered by the Monitoring Center Home Security.
Visit 680news.com.
It will soon be mandatory to wear a mask on public transit in Brampton.
If you're a regular transit rider in Brampton, Mayor Patrick Brown says come July 2nd, you'll be required to wear a mask.
My way.
Let's go get things any form of comfort. It could be a non-medical mask, but this is about ensuring the safety of other passengers. This is about ensuring the safety
How come you're not testing Mississauga's sewage for
The masks
drugs?
are not mandatory on the TTC.
Come here, buy them, go there and do them. What the fuck?
Mississauga Mayor Bonnie Crombie says same goes
The
for the
fuck?
city.
So currently, we strongly recommend that people wear masks when they are unable to safely physically distance, especially on mass transit, such as our MyWay buses, where it would be very difficult
Such
on a
as.
MyWay
You
bus
have a
to
subway
keep a
system
2
on there,
meter 6
bitch.
foot
Watch your
distance.
fucking
Crombie
mouth.
says new
Such
guidelines that
as
could
our
be coming
buses.
soon
What else
from
you got?
Transport Canada may
How-
change that.
How
I'm
many
only correct.
accessible
This is
turkey
report. Up
taxis
next, if
do
you've
you
got conference
contract?
calls scheduled
I don't
between
wanna do it.
serving lunch, teaching, and working out, we get it. We can't help with everything, but we can make sure your family is protected.
How come you're allowed to
RBC
get a tow
Insurance
truck
is
with
here to
four
help you get it.
jurisdictions
Book
plates
an
on it?
insurance
You can't
check-in
do
at
that with a taxi.
rbcinsurance.com/check-in.
Why can't I have a taxi that goes everywhere?
The quiet chirping of birds, a gentle warm breeze. The only thing
It's
that's
just because
missing
nobody ever bought
is the
four
cool
fucking
tech. Visions Electronics has hot savings on cool
Now you
tech
can buy them
the
for
deck
instead
the
of
cottage.
125,000,
Outdoor
25,000
sound systems, outdoor
extra
speakers, drones to car audio, all at the best prices you'll ever see. And Visions is ready to serve with online and curbside pickup options. Your backyard staycation.
App, I'll just get a
Cool tech.
license
Only at Visions
meter.
Electronics.
I'll just get an app.
Now the business report.
Good evening. Pass
I
the
don't know what's
chicken
legal.
noodle soup.
Uber is more
Canned
legal.
soup sales are up once again.
Yeah, because you bastards are putting that in the food bank.
35% uptick in its
At least give them the
sales
fucking
in the
chunk, the
last
big
quarter
tin
as
of the
everyone
fucking
stocked up
peas
on that soup for
I
their
have one of those
self-quarantine. The
things.
surge in demand marked a big rebound for Campbell, which up until March had really struggled to get shoppers excited about its canned soup. But since mid-March, the company said consumers were reaching particularly for its tomato, chicken noodle, cream of mushroom, and chicken canned soups. Robert Carter is a food expert of the Stratton Hunter Group.
A lot of hoarding was taking place, and that's changed behavior slightly. So, Canadians really looking for those prepared food items. So we would expect the grocery players with some of those really simple, convenient prepared food items to see a pretty big boost in sales.
Campbell also said sales of its snack brands like Goldfish crackers were way up in the last quarter. While investors were hungry for stocks, we saw more gains on the markets today. Despite a global pandemic, a troubled economy, and civil unrest in the United States, traders, though, it's really astonishing how traders have just brushed that aside and have kept on buying. The Dow today was up 527 points, another 2% higher, 26,269. S&P 500 now only 8% below its all-time high. S&P was up another 1.3% today. NASDAQ up 74 points. The TSX today picked up 180 points, gaining 1.1% to 15,575. Canada's main stock index positive now on a 12-month basis. We saw a big 17.5% pickup for Canada Goose stock today. The stock to $34.23.
2 hours.
Well-received earnings from the pricey jacket maker. Canadian dollar's been on a tear, and it was up again today to 74.07 cents US. This
Oh
is
my God,
680
this is
News.
horrible. Oh my God, this is horrible. Oh my God, this is horrible. This is horrible.
When you use the Warham's key tags, you protect your keys.
Yeah, the bumps are on my arm.
Your keys, the finder can call the number on the back of the tag or drop them in any mailbox. And the Warham's will return your keys to
Oh,
you
man.
for free. Order your key
If I
tags
steal your
today
car
at
keys, I can call that 1-800 number
and
and
make a
get your
difference in the
address.
lives of amputees.
Drop them off. Oh my God, this is horrible.
Thank you.
Oh my God, this is horrible.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Canucci. The safety and well-being of our employees, customers, and communities is our #1 priority. We are grateful for your
Ciao, C-H-O-W. Ciao, C-I-A-O.
Every day. Thank you to all. Consuelo remains open for contactless delivery and pickup. You can check out our website at PizzaNova.com for specials. We are here for you. We are all in this together. From the Pizza Nova family, be well, be safe.
Oh my God.
680 News Time, 11 o'clock.
And no skin has come off. From all of that, not one skin cell is there. No, I'm not even joking. I'm going
Is 680 News.
probably wash my hands anyway. No, it's hyperkeratinized.
Wednesday, the 3rd of June. Good evening. I'm Asher Raj.
Announces upgraded charges against the former police officer
just
arrested in
WD-40
connection
on
with
that.
George
Oh,
Floyd's
hey.
death. 3 other officers have been charged as
Something
well.
like
The final results of Floyd's autopsy have been released. The report not confirming that he died due to strangulation and adds that he tested positive for coronavirus. Protests continue for a 9th straight evening across the U.S., leading to about 5 dozen arrests in New York City. And Chester subway station will be off limits for about 2 weeks, starting on Tuesday. We will tell you why straight ahead.
The NBA is expected to approve a return-to-play format tomorrow as Major League Soccer is coming back this summer. Sports.
Why does it go to pennies? It doesn't let me set it to the exact dollar.
People are reaching for canned soup once again. Investors gobbling down stocks. The Dow surges more than 500 points. Business at 26.
It's the evening time, 11:01. Traffic and weather together on the ones with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Here's Craig Gear. This report is brought to you by AGMRenovations.com. So that crash on the eastbound 401 east of Brock Road, it was picking up one lane near the end there, but it's been cleared away. So it's just some construction on the eastbound 401 Allen through the collectors. The right lane's closed. Leslie, the collectors, the 3 left lanes are blocked off, but we're not seeing any delays any longer through these stretches here. Southbound Morningside ramp to the eastbound 401, that's also closed off. And then east of Harmony is just only the left lane open through here. But the good news, everything's
looking for.
slowly getting back up to speed through here. It's only single file, but it's really not slowing down too much through here any longer.
I erased it and it just goes 20. Let's leave it at 20.
Ramps to the highway are closed. The ramp to Curtis Road's blocked. The ramp to Liverpool as well. And then approaching Meadowvale and the Express, 2 right lanes are closed off. Not highway speeds, but it's not jammed up too bad either. The Markham Road ramps to and from the westbound 401 closed. Northbound Brimley ramp to the west 401 shut down as well. Express and collector ramps to southbound Allen, Yorkdale have also been shut down. Doing some work through the Allen in both the Express and collectors, but again, it's not terrible any longer going through here. But we do have a delay now as you approach the 427 on the westbound 401. Only the left lane open.
How many Bitcoins?
So got to get everybody in these lanes into that left lane. And we're seeing a delay as you approach the 427 right now. Working from home, on the couch, with kids, turn your basement into a home suite from $4.90 a month. Visit AGM.
I'm going to turn you over to Toronto Ice.
Your next report is at 11:11, and with the forecast now, here's Carl Lamb. Those winds are going to start to ease off during the evening, mainly clear tonight down to 14 degrees. And then as we head into tomorrow, mostly sunny and a southwesterly wind between 20 to 30 kilometers per hour. A high of 28. It will feel like 32. And in the afternoon, we could have a few isolated showers moving through and a possible thunderstorm could develop from that. But otherwise, we stay mainly dry. Tonight's overnight low, 14. And right now we're sitting at 21 degrees with a clear sky. 680 News Time, 11:03.
So we're going to do whole dollar amounts.
His life had value, and we will seek justice. This from Minnesota's Attorney General after charges were upgraded against the former officer accused
per person. Hold on a second. Multiplied it by 4. No, that's not what I meant.
3 officers involved. Widespread demonstrations continue all across the United States tonight. We'll have more on that in a moment. But first, 680's Phil Martino has details on the case against those officers.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says he has filed an updated complaint.
The charges former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin with murder in the 2nd degree for the death of George Floyd.
Chauvin was fired May 26th and initially charged with 3rd-degree murder and 2nd-degree manslaughter. The 3 other officers on scene the day George Floyd died have now been charged with felony aiding and abetting murder and manslaughter. The commissioner of the New York City Police Force says the NYPD stands with George Floyd's family, and the department condemns what happened in Minneapolis.
I truly hope
I was blind.
Beginning
I wouldn't
of a
even know I looked
dialogue
like this.
that will bring peace as
I
much
would've
as
got
possible to the
different
Floyd
I bet they
family,
would've known what
but to New York City and this country as a whole.
Floyd's death, while in police custody, has sparked nationwide protests that are calling for the end to police violence against Black citizens. I'm Phil Martino.
And the final results of Floyd's autopsy have been released this evening. They conclude that his death was due to cardiopulmonary arrest, otherwise known as the stopping of his heart. The report from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner does confirm Floyd's neck was compressed when former officer Derek Chauvin's knee was on it for more than 8 minutes. However, it does not conclude this caused his death. That new report also indicates Floyd had a number of bruises and cuts on his head, face, mouth, shoulders, arms, and legs. And it also indicates Floyd had recently tested positive for the coronavirus, while also saying there is no indication it had anything to do with his death.
Thank you, white boy. That's why I love you.
Between protesters and police as tensions increase this hour. CNN reporting about 60 demonstrators in Brooklyn have been arrested so far. CNN's Jason Carroll is there with the latest.
The demonstrators turned around and were heading away. They surrounded a police car, and at that point, a number of officers came, and the situation devolved into what you see now. We've seen police.
A number of officers came, and the situation
they
devolved.
say that some of the protesters who were here confronted police in an aggressive manner. And so at this point, we still have a standoff. We've been moved to the backside of this flank of police officers that you see here. In front of that, and I hope we can get a view of that, there are still a couple hundred protesters who are on the other side. So the standoff now continues.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio instituted an 8 o'clock curfew through Sunday, though looting and rioting have still taken place after that time in the last few days.
Meantime, in Washington, protesters gathered in front of the White House, but as CNN's Alex Marquardt tells us, the mood becoming more tense this hour.
This entire area was covered in protesters who were literally singing. It felt like a concert atmosphere. A lot of those protesters have since left. They went marching away. But the way we've seen things go is that they could come back. I want to show you. The passion and the energy and the anger, frankly, still remains. So what's really interesting about today, Don, is that the protesters have been pushed back well away from the White House.
250 soldiers have been sent up to Washington from Fort Drum and Fort Bragg.
Former U.S. President Barack Obama spoke about Floyd's death today, saying he sees the turmoil that's rocked the country as an opportunity for Americans to become aware of and address these challenges.
To those families who have been directly affected by tragedy, please know that Michelle and I and the nation grieve with you, hold you in our prayers. We're committed to the fight of creating a more just nation and memory of your sons and daughters.
Obama's comments were his first on-camera addressing Floyd's death. In recent days, Obama discussed the topic on social media as well as on a lengthy blog post where he condemned police brutality and called for political solutions to address protesters' grievances.
680 News Time, 11:08. Here in Toronto, police are investigating whether the Toronto rapper that was killed in a daylight gunfight last week was targeted because of possible gang affiliations. Homicide Sergeant Andy Singh tells the Toronto Star police are probing whether DiMaggio Jenkins, who performed as Houdini, was shot to death because of his ties to gangs based in the Driftwood area near Jane and Finch. Police released dramatic surveillance video showing a masked gunman jumping out of a blue SUV and opening fire on Jenkins.
I'm getting so confused because you guys released so many stories.
A 15-year-old returned fire. The teen was also injured and appeared for a bail hearing today.
The director of the SIU is calling on the Toronto Police Service to take immediate action to prevent further leaks of information in the case of Regis Korchinski-Paquet. The warning comes after a Toronto Sun article this morning quoted an unnamed police source detailing what allegedly happened in Regis's apartment. Family lawyer says the leak detracts from the public's and family's confidence in the investigation, calling it a deliberate attempt to shape the narrative of the story. As a result, the family has canceled its planned interview with SIU investigators until further notice. Regis Korchinski-Paquet fell to her death from her High Park balcony a week ago today as officers responded to a 911 call.
680 News Time, 11:09. Details for Stage 2 of Ontario's plan to reopen have yet to be confirmed, but there is some hope for restaurant patios. Doug Ford said today that the COVID-19 command table is looking at whether to reopen some of those patios in this province and that they will make those health decisions within the week. Meantime, Mayor John Tory also says he knows restaurants and bars are eagerly awaiting news about when they may be able to reopen in some way for dine-in service, and says the city is working with the province to try to make that happen.
The TTC says Chester Station will close for 2 weeks to allow work on making the subway station more accessible. Trains will not stop at Chester when it is closed, and customers are urged to use paper or Broadview stations instead. The TTC says the closure means the Tri-Station will be able to open new elevators at the station this fall ahead of schedule. The closure will run starting next Tuesday until June 23rd.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
Now the 680 News gas price update, and Enpro predicts the price of gas is going up 3 cents at midnight to just under 98 cents a liter at most GTA stations, so fill up all you can. And a heads up to subway riders this evening. Subway service has shut down for the night on a portion of Line 1, the Yonge University line. That's between Eglinton and Bloor-Yonge stations because of scheduled maintenance. Shuttle buses are running. Regular service resumes tomorrow morning. Keep in mind, this is the third of 4 such closures this week. The same closure goes into effect at 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Keep on top of the world from your home or office. Eton Elite Traveler offers the best performance of radio receptions and audio quality and has the looks to match with an elegant leather case and craftsman stitching that signifies style and its
Gray shit came out this one.
Whether you're listening to
It is semi-synthetic, weird plastic, brick and shit. I think it's melted into the beer.
Your go-to source. Listen to the world.
I think it's like a scab. So the bill will self-heal and that'll fall off.
Order yours today.
It's like cancer.
It's time for traffic and weather to get around the ones. Here's Greg here.
Big delays out there, so they've shut down the 8 a.m. Mississauga programs to the eastbound 401. The 2 right lanes are blocked off through here as well, so just slight slowdown as you file your way single file through this construction zone. We're up to southbound is closed and southbound outside to the eastbound 401. That's been shut down as well. Majority of the lanes on the westbound side of the highway.
What's my way, what I'm here to say? Act now like a renegade is my parade, don't contemplate. Act now with a heavy weight, and I'm in the roof, I'm here for sure, but I am so suspect when you're getting 902 on my mind. Let's just hear it one more time. 902 on my drive, stepping up to get my shot. Living the script and hear what I say. Live for the apples, born when it gets like doing this shit. My reservation to CV dedication, implication, no patience. For bitches who be thinking, just can't take it, so no faking. Fresh famous, hold it down with a 1 punch of the truth for me. As G, while they roll the fucking drugs, ill no records in the building, stepping up to kill the way we dealing with you with our sprint. Through that kush, so my hood, after Sony tests and phonies, make you tremble down before me, can't control me, fucking show me, bitch. Try not to fool me, don't forget that I'm not a part of your homies. Come to fucking clubs, get it up, before we come on.
27 and 2 right here, by the top of the 27 Highway 7 and it's closed off too. Extra 11:21 years called in the forecast. For tonight, mostly clear, 14 degrees and overnight low, 28 for tomorrow, and you're going to work mostly sunny. We do have southwesterly wind between 20 and 30 kilometers per hour, so we make it feel like 32 things that
I'm good, you look good, I got you, but it's a drive live. I never put a phone in it, but I get the same feeling around my mind. How we don't want no pair while I rhyme. Get the money up, I don't let it climb. A goddamn God never hit my prime, and I told you all, I'm ahead of my time. And you say it's stupid, I've been so many ways, so many days. You see the pain, I'm engaged when I don't do your soul in the rain. Wanna do right, watch you see a left, and I'm on my pants, but you never be death, I'm thinking. Come on, my screen, and when I got left, everything I believe in love. My motive, I don't really know yet, so long in the game, hear my dog, and it's clearly folks for me to smoke, bitch, light it up, you need to see me roll. Oh, gee, that clarity, that truth tonight, you might get you right. Anything that might get me high to live my life, and I'm a dope MC. Don't test me, my flow is so deadly. What I do next, soon you'll see. Ain't no telling what I could be. You won't let it love be, nothing, I'll be something with the rhymes that are fuck with big, and aim on me, no blood is class.
Does acknowledge the killing of George Floyd at the hands of a police officer in the U.S. He says the issue of racism is also a problem here in our city as well, and it needs to be addressed.
You would know what that is. They don't teach you that in your white schools, do they?
It will help us serve those communities at this
In
time.
our schools, either. Other kids teach that. Why would they tell me? Right.
Durham Police Chief Paul Martin also releasing a statement earlier today saying Durham does not support, nor condone, nor practice kneeling on a human being's neck long past the point of consciousness. Your top stories coming up.
Hey, Ever!
680 News Time, 11:14.
We're two men in a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a
Long past the point.
Well, naturally, you think two men in a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks.
You just said that!
Pack, and move everything you want. With the 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. We're two men in a truck. We're open for business. Two men in a truck, the movers who care.
The safety of those around you is more important than ever. The government of Canada has stated that the use of a non-medical mask or facial covering can be an additional measure you can take to protect others around you. It's important we keep the supply of medical masks for frontline healthcare workers. CanadaMaskSupply.ca offers personal, non-medical masks and face shields at reasonable prices. Proudly made in Canada for Canadians. Buy non-medical masks and face shields now at CanadaMaskSupply.ca. This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's 21 degrees under a clear sky in downtown Toronto. Good evening from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Asher Broad.
And I'm Christine Ritchie. Here are the top stories this hour.
His life had value, and we will seek justice. This from Minnesota's Attorney General after charges were upgraded against Derek Chauvin, the former officer accused in George Floyd's death. He's now charged with second-degree murder. Charges have also been laid against the other three officers involved in that incident. Meantime, the final results of Floyd's official autopsy raising some eyebrows tonight, saying Floyd's neck was compressed by Chauvin's knee, but they did not confirm that that was the actual cause of his death. That autopsy also revealing that Floyd tested positive for the coronavirus back in April, but says that there is no indication that that had anything to do with his death. Time now for 680 Sports, and from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here's Rob Wong.
A 22-team return-to-play format is expected to be approved tomorrow by the NBA's Board of Governors. Raptors forward Pascal Siakam is looking forward to getting back on the court.
We want to, be able to play and continue to move forward, and hopefully, that can happen. And we're excited about attacking another title.
The season would run from July 31st to October the 12th to help determine playoff seeding. Each team will play 8 regular season games, and Sportsnet's Michael Grange reports the Raptors will play Philly, Boston, Denver, Milwaukee, the Lakers, Houston, Miami, and Orlando. Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic reports that Major League Baseball, as expected, has rejected the union's 114-game season proposal, and they will not be sending a counteroffer. The league and its owners have been talking about wanting a shorter season with no fans, and Major League Soccer and its players' union reached an agreement that paves the way for a summer tournament in Florida after the season was suspended by the COVID-19 pandemic. The deal was announced by the MLS Players Association following tense talks and the league threatening a lockout. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 11:18.
Your roof's sprung a leak. Water came through, shorted out the furnace, the radiator too.
When emergencies happen, get a loan that's way cheaper than a payday loan with approval in minutes.
If you need money in a hurry, PrudentFinancial.net.
Whether you want to consolidate bills, emergency repairs, it's up to you. Get approval in minutes. When you own your car or home, get a loan. Borrow up to $50,000. Money when you need it most from Prudent Financial. Click for details today.
PrudentFinancial.net.
Steel Dealer Days are back this spring, featuring our line of Steel battery-powered lawnmowers. Make mowing your lawn a breeze with uncompromised power and great features, including a rear bagger, 7 height adjustments, and a mulching blade for $599.95. Or choose a self-propelled model starting at $699.95. Steel battery products are sold at over 1,000 authorized Steel dealers across Canada. Find your local dealer today at steel.ca.
680 News Time, 11:19.
To the latest on COVID-19 now, and the province might be seeing a dip in cases, but there are some reports that some farms that employ migrant workers are experiencing outbreaks due to poor conditions. Faiza Amin of City News spoke with Chris Ramzaroop from Justice for Migrants and she has more.
According to Justice for Migrants, 442 farm workers have contracted the virus. 7 have been hospitalized. And the advocacy group says it expects numbers to continue climbing.
Concerns and our pleas for support were met with silence. And as a result of the last couple of weeks, we've only seen a tremendous spike, specifically migrant agricultural workers.
The group says proper inspections aren't taking place. In some jurisdictions, employers would just need to provide photos or videos of the accommodations in order to get approval from the province. A concern they say they want the Ministry of Labor to address.
Many workers are fearful of speaking out because they're afraid of reprisals. They don't believe that what's being done is in their best interest, only that of the employers.
The ministry says employers aren't required to notify the province if a worker contracted the virus, unless they were certain it was while working. I'm Faisal for City News.
680 News Time, 11:20. A thinly veiled threat was made by Premier Ford today on the topic of commercial landlords evicting small businesses. Mark Douglas explains.
Premier Doug Ford lashing out at commercial landlords with a whole new level of rhetoric.
Well, what they're doing is they're testing me, and that's going to be the wrong thing to do.
This was in response to a question to the small number of landlords so far who are taking advantage of a government financing offer. This offer would see landlords getting 75% of the rent from their business tenants. Those tenants, of course, forced to stay closed. Ford says if the landlords want to play hardball, we'll play hardball. He says he'll give them just a few more days and then act. NDP leader Andrew Horwath points out the opposition called for a moratorium on commercial evictions weeks ago.
Mr. Ford just found his feet as our word, but he's in the driver's seat.
The premier also saying that details will be announced over the next week on stage 2 of reopening the province's economy. There will be some information coming in particular about restaurant patios. I'm Mark Douglas.
Still to come on 680 News, some prominent athletes are jumping on another one for speaking out against kneeling.
680 News Time, 11:21.
Traffic and weather together on the ones, Craig Gear.
A couple of delays out there. This report brought to you by Sportsnet. So eastbound 401 construction through Mississauga Road. 2 right lanes are closed. The Mississauga Road ramps to the east 401 are also blocked off. So it's a slow drive through there. Heads up the ramp to South Allen off the east 401's closed, and the southbound Morningside ramp to the east 401's also blocked off. Otherwise delay free. Westbound 401, we have the whole road ramps to the highway closed. The ramp off the highway to Curtis Road and Liverpool shut down. Meadowvale to Morningside in the express, 2 right lanes are blocked off, but it's not too terrible going through here. But if you're in the collectors, it's construction free pretty much. The Markham Road and the northbound Brimley ramps to the west 401 are shut down. We also have the express and collector ramps to South Allen, Yorkdale, also blocked off. The southbound Allen, northbound Dufferin ramp to the westbound 401's blocked. Same with the Martin Road ramps onto the highway. We have construction between Dixon and the 427. It's a very slow drive. Only the left lane's open as you approach the 427. That's our delay that we have going right now. We have some ramps that are blocked too. Northbound 427 ramp to Highway 7, that's been closed. Eastbound Highway 7 ramp to the South 427 closed. And southbound 427, no access to the 407 either direction. Westbound Finch ramp to the highway is closed, and the South 427 ramp to Finch has also been blocked off. Sportsnet's Bennett and Deitch examine a sports world turned upside down. Sports on pause. Listen and subscribe at sportsnet.ca/podcasts. Your next report is at 11:31, and with the forecast, here's Carl Lamb. Mainly clear tonight, 14 degrees, mostly sunny tomorrow, 28, and a few showers developing west of the city tomorrow afternoon. It will feel like 32, but a nice evening tomorrow, down to 13 degrees. For Friday, mainly sunny. We do have the chance for some showers to move through in the afternoon and early evening. 27 will feel like 34, but once the front moves through, it's going to be much cooler for the weekend. 24 on Saturday with a sun-cloud mix, and then we do have the chance for some afternoon rain showers on Sunday. Sunny and cooler and just a high of 19. Tonight's overnight low, 14 degrees.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we're sitting at 21 degrees of the clear sky. 680 News Time, 11:23.
First, your disability insurer denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insurer denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work, call me 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878.
Protests continue across the United States for a ninth straight day, even after the former officer at the center of George Floyd's death had his charge upgraded to second-degree murder. The final results of Floyd's autopsy appear to differ from those of an independent one released a few days ago, and there's still no word on when you can dine inside your favorite local restaurant, but patios may soon be on the table. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour.
680 News Time 1124.
News
Is always changing.
now more than ever.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times
The problem is, you're giving us the same story with different facts, like different, like the same facts.
Several athletes are speaking out following some controversial comments made by New Orleans Saints quarterback Drew Brees, saying he will never support players who kneel during the U.S. national anthem. Speaking with CNN, two-time Super Bowl champion Malcolm Jennings says Brees doesn't understand this weapon.
To be able to talk to elected officials, to be able to put pressure on people with the amount of media that they can generate. I don't care how many people want to kneel for the national anthem, but then go home and don't do anything. Because that doesn't necessarily change everything. We needed that to start the national conversation. It was needed.
What did he?
Meantime, Lakers star
What does that have to do with it?
LeBron James also touched on Brees' comments, saying kneeling has absolutely nothing to do with disrespecting the U.S. flag or its soldiers. Business coming up next.
680 News Time 1125.
That comes from Britain about aliens.
Based on Sally Rooney's best-selling novel.
Don't tell anybody in school about this.
I talked to him at school.
A series that critics are calling both epic and intimate.
Oh no. Would you say your feelings are involved? Yes, dear.
And a triumph in every way. I did you think that I could read your mind at times?
You get some sickle cell testing by September. I'll be gone. Never to be remembered. Where are these little shit said? These ones are the where are they straight out, actually?
Coming up the wood, I'm a tough motherfucker.
Oh, that's good. Give me a notification. 39
motherfucker. They don't want to catch me at my best, but at my worst. And that's exactly why I gotta put them in the
second I look towards the window.
Watch me hit them where
another one of these self-healing marks.
Watch me put them in a hearse. Drinking blood, they quench my thirst. Catch a charge with every verse. This who cheated kinda cursed. STP across my shirt. Yeah, fuck the population. Fuck your life and occupation. I'ma watch you run away. It look like immigration.
Immigration, homeboy. That's what you saying. I don't want to spend the night down at the police station.
Survival of the fittest. I'm a walking pandemic. Trying to take on me and do the jugging man with it. What's a champion scene without some sadness up in it? I know the world is ours. I'm just having a minute. Another dead man walking with a casket is in it. It's either a bucket or a habit I'm kicking. Conscience roll caller, is it casting auditions? If you notice I ain't present, it's because the past isn't finished.
Of anyone that is my enemy.
Can you fuck off for real?
This is not what I pretend to be. Sending armies, send your troops, send them in with camo suits.
Plays or doesn't. It's not a CD, it's not a tape. There's no status on a digital tape, and it does this in 16 or 32-bit second increments. When it stops every 2 seconds, that's not.
Punk ass AirPods, if they ain't listening, it's their loss. No cats, no strings attached, fucking weird flaws. Down Jones crash, how we share flaws. Skip the empathy and my epitaph. Epithet, yo, my nemesis. Yeah, I said that with emphasis. Ain't no common ground or no common sense. Fuck your comments, that's the consequence when you on the fence. Killing will, all my head is feral. I can't call them off. I can't call it dog. Shit, I'm probably wrong.
White supremacist attitude.
Twisted like a fucking
trace their ancestry. They were.
If you feeling froggy, get knocked back to a
pollywog. Masters of anything ever in history.
When it comes to
pushing shove, I'll push you to the
floor. Someone come and catch some smoke. I swear you'll be the one that choke. When I'm fucking an angry bitch, I'ma wipe out all your hope. I'ma smoke your fucking dope. Cut you up like cantaloupe.
arguing for the rights of religion, you don't believe in this shit. I don't understand the logic.
Demons always play pretend. Cut them off with just a pen. I'm something you can't comprehend. Against me, you cannot defend. Pain and fear you can't prevent. I'll make sure you feel suspend. Put you under the cement. Put you in the ground. We're talking down to a nihilist. Taking all these chemicals. I feel like I'm a scientist. Bringing my appliances. Anger with the sciences. That is what my style is. And evil is my stylist. How you smoking Percy's and some Jackson, the lion thief. If you like the green shit, go full circle like a reef. Ain't scary. Nixon, Katy Perry, Cherry, aviary. Hello, watch me blow, getting buried. Revolutionary of a chain theory. The pen should make the paper move. Stationary. Can't sleep in my bed since you was up in it. Got me fucked up, choosing tough love for the cynic. Basic ass women for a hard death aesthetic. How am I supposed to judge if everyone's a critic?
Yeah, the beat is dropping me.
Scott Burnett and Christine Ritchie. Good evening. This is Wednesday, June 3rd.
And good evening. In for Scott Burnett, I'm Asher Roth. Here's what's making news this hour.
Hey, Roth, you're an Asher. What?
Officer arrested in connection with George Floyd's death is now
I
charged
love how
with
you edit these
second-degree
pictures.
murder.
I
The three
love
other
how you take
officers
screenshots of stretch them and
also
shit.
facing charges. The third autopsy completed on George Floyd. Tonight's results controversial, conflicting with the independent autopsy.
Nothing on my wrist, nothing on my neck, nothing on my fist. It's all on my face. Don't you get the gist? I got the confidence. Don't need to brag
What
on
are
my
you trying to
chest.
show me? No, seriously, what's the message there? Well, my eyes do close. They still don't go at that angle, you dumb fucking coyote. You're going to tap and scratch. It's all fingerprints. The application you're using
National
to do
Basketball
that is a
Association will vote
fingerprint
on a return to play format tomorrow as Major League Baseball and its players take one step back in negotiations. Sports at 45.
Troublesome headlines, but optimism abound on the markets. A further rally for stocks today and some very positive comments on the Bank of Canada. We'll wrap it up in business at 56.
Oh, well, every fucking time I reach for the mouse, you're going to freeze it. Like as if I touched it. As if I touched it.
Few delays out there. It's all because of construction now. We're not seeing any problems or crashes, anything like that. Eastbound 401 through Mississauga Road, only a left lane is open. They've got the Mississauga Road ramps to the East 401 also blocked off. So this is a slow stretch as you go through here, single file. Eastbound 401 ramp to
yeah, like that's how many fit in the lane, right?
Except on Morningside ramp to the
That's how
eastbound
many fit in the
401
lane,
blocked
right?
off. And now they've got the ramp to Curtis Road closed off of the eastbound 401. The whole
No, do
ramps to the
double
west
five.
side are
Only
blocked.
fucking
Westbound
schools and
401 ramp to
military
Curtis
bases
Road
do that,
shut down
apparently.
as well too.
No,
The ramps to Liverpool as well. The Markham Road ramps to and from the westbound 401 are blocked. Northbound Brimley ramps to the highways also.
Yeah, why does that
I tried reality into a lucid dream. I tried to lucid dream into whipped cream. Cash rules, nothing around me. I only use it for paper.
Digs into the 427. Only the left lane's open as you approach the 427, so that's the reason for the heavy delays. Northbound 427 up at the top, no access to Highway 79 ramps closed.
Left out the shooting. Did they tell you to stop mentioning that?
427 blocks have 427, no access to the westbound or eastbound 407. Westbound Finch ramp to the highways closed. And this had 427 ramp to Finch has also been blocked off. Well, so some great news downtown, or where we had that crash east of Parliament. Queen was closed both directions from Bright Street to Sumach, and that was for a fire a couple days ago. It's now been cleared away. You can now resume operations on Queen through this fire stretch. Your next report is 11:41 with the forecast. Here's Carl.
For tonight, temperatures drop down to 14 degrees under a mainly clear sky. Tomorrow, mostly sunny. A few areas to the west could see a few isolated showers in the afternoon and possibly a thunderstorm. Those showers are going to move to the northeast throughout the day, but a high of 28 degrees, and with that southwesterly flow of warmer air from the states, it will feel like 32, and tomorrow night's low, 13 degrees. Our overnight low tonight, 14.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it's 21 degrees under a clear sky, and at Pearson Airport, similar conditions, a little cooler though. Currently 18 degrees. 680 News Time, 11:34.
The former Minneapolis police officer charged in connection with the death of George Floyd is now facing a charge of second-degree murder after his charge was upgraded today.
As 680's Phil Martino tells us, the 3 other officers at the scene at the time are now also facing charges.
It is second-degree murder for former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says the evidence available to them now supports
nothing on my wrist, nothing on my neck, nothing on my face.
against 3 other officers at the scene.
Arrest warrants were issued for former Minneapolis police officers J.A. King, Thomas Lane, and Tu Tao. Hennepin County Attorney Michael Freeman and I filed a complaint that charges police officer King, Lane, and Tao with aiding and abetting murder in the second degree, a felony offense.
Before the charges were filed, attorney Benjamin Crump, who represents the Floyd family, stood with George Floyd's son and told a crowd of mourners and demonstrators in Minneapolis that the case represents a turning point.
That change starts today.
I'm Phil Martino. According to the final autopsy results released by Minnesota's county medical examiner tonight, George Floyd's death was due to cardiopulmonary arrest or the stopping of his heart. The report says Floyd's neck was compressed when the officer's knee was on it for more than 8 minutes, but does not conclude that it was the direct cause of his death. The county autopsy also indicates that Floyd had recently tested positive for coronavirus, although there is no indication that it was a factor in his death.
We didn't have it now.
She
was interpreting what she was reading.
Arrests being made tonight, but as CNN's Shimon Prokopez tells us, many of the arrests were made
coronavirus when he died.
Violations,
because
not
they
because of
told
violence.
us. Different talking head told us 2 months ago he tested positive. Not the same thing. No, they read off the screen all day. You cannot form their own thoughts, except the traffic guy.
They've been allowing him to march through the streets. They've been allowing him to march on the sidewalk. And it came time for curfew, and it was enough already, and they just decided that it was time to enforce the curfew. You can see several people here were arrested.
In an update, New York police say 90 arrests have now been made, far fewer than on Tuesday night when at least 280 people were placed under arrest.
Meantime, in Los Angeles, a large crowd is marching on through the city's main streets, with many recognizing the charges laid against the officers involved in Floyd's death.
As thousands of people march and protest here in LA peacefully, Jacob Willis, who is marching in 100-degree heat, says the new charges against the officers aren't enough, that all of the officers involved should be charged with murder.
You think there's no snow up there 3 weeks ago?
Police here watching this crowd are taking a more hands-off approach, and after a night of relatively few problems, the curfew here goes into effect later than it has the last couple of nights. Alex Stone, ABC News, West Hollywood, California.
If you, okay.
680 News Time, 11:37. Former U.S. President Barack Obama delivered a powerful message for young men and women of color across America.
Wednesday?
You have a pandemic, then you have these protests.
Stop breaking stuff.
This reminds people of the 60s and the chaos and the discord, distrust.
Hey, Mary, want to go in on a lid? Want to go in on a lid?
This was Obama's first on-camera speech following George Floyd's death. Former president praised
how you get the lid in the jar, Mary?
Taking to the
I can't get the lid out of the jar because the lid is on the jar,
Barry. That despite the events of the past few weeks, they feel hopeful for the future.
Several athletes are speaking out following controversial comments made by New Orleans Saints quarterback Drew Brees, who says he'll never support players who kneel during the U.S. national anthem. Speaking on CNN, 2-time Super Bowl champion Malcolm Jennings said Brees does not understand his white privilege.
What are athletes doing with their platforms every single day?
It's like an antenna,
to be able to talk to elected officials, to be able to put pressure on people with the amount of media that they can generate. I don't care how many people want to kneel for the national anthem, but then go home and don't do anything. And that doesn't necessarily change everything. We needed that to spark a national conversation, and it did.
Lakers star LeBron James also touched on Bree's comments, saying kneeling has absolutely nothing to do with disrespecting the U.S. flag or its soldiers.
680 News Time, 11:39 to news from back here at home now. And answers are soon coming for parents that are anxious about whether their children will be allowed to return to school in September. Cynthia Mulligan of City News reports.
The education minister said the plan at this point is to have them resume in September. The details will be released by the end of this month.
By the end of June, and give some certainty to everyone that we're coming up with a plan that will keep your child safe, but allow them to return.
Assuming all you idiots can follow the rest of the rules, if Dougie don't do that, keeps telling you. We suggest you listen to him.
The school year will be what students are used to. School boards are preparing for a range of possibilities on how to keep socially distant classrooms, especially given the concern of a second wave. The Toronto District School Board confirmed to City News today that one option being considered is staggered weeks. A student could go to school 2 days 1 week, for example, and 3 days the following week. Ultimately, now boards will take direction from the Ministry of Education.
You're gonna fuck these kids up like so fucking totally and completely. Yes, I know you will, because you did it to me.
Architectural firm is partnering with the Toronto company to design an 87-story tower at the corner of Bay and Bloor. Designs for the pencil slim condo include a lobby with a towering ceiling 3 floors above the ground and a restaurant and sky lounge. The condominium will be 324 meters high, about 5 meters short of the West Tower on King Street West in Toronto, which will be the tallest building in Canada when it's completed.
West Tower of what? West what?
Now the 680 News gas
This is West Tower. If you look on the goddamn side of the building, for some
reason, to 97.9 cents a litre at most GTA stations.
680 News Time, 11:40.
I'm cardiologist Dr. Sharon Rambahar on behalf of Heart and Stroke. During the pandemic, people with heart conditions or stroke are suffering at home, too afraid to seek help, risking irreversible harm and causing complications not seen for decades. Hospitals have taken extra precautions to treat patients safely. Call 911 if you or someone you know is experiencing signs of heart attack, stroke, or cardiac arrest. Do not let COVID-19 destroy more lives. Learn more at heartandstroke.ca.
York
680 News Time, 11:41.
And now to the Traffic Center with Craig Gear.
This report is brought to you by Global.
Don't you get the gist? I got the confidence, don't need a brand on my chest.
Hey. Both the eastbound and westbound 401. So it's heavy now on the East 401 from approaching Mississauga Road to just past it. We also have the Mississauga Road ramps to the eastbound 401 shut down. We have some ramps that are closed too. The ramp to South Allen has been blocked off. And just make note, eastbound 401, beginning at Brimley in the Express, 2 left lanes are blocked off here. There's not a lot of room to go by. Lots of equipment in here too, so your travel times might be a little bit slower if you're in the Express through this stretch. From east of McCowan through to east of Markham Road. Just a lot of construction going on through this stretch here. Southbound Morningside ramp to East 401's closed, and the ramp off Highway to Curtis Road block 2. The whole ramp to the West 401 block, the ramp to Curtis as well, the ramp to Liverpool shut down. The Markham ramps to and from West 401 are closed. Northbound Brimley ramp as well to the highway. Express and cluster ramps to Allen, Yorkdale also shut down, and no access to the westbound 401 tonight from southbound Allen or northbound Dufferin or Martin Grove. So we have construction, and that's jamming things up right from Dixon, Martin Grove through to the 427. Only that left lane is open as you make your way underneath the 427. So that's the reason why it's so slow right now through here. Download hockey's favorite podcast, The Suspendables, and celebrate episode number 50 with Jim Giroux and special guest Wayne Gretzky. Your next report is at 11:51. Here's the look at the forecast now with Carl Lamb.
I don't want to look at the forecast. I want the goddamn proper forecast. God damn it.
We dropped down to 14 degrees tonight. That's our overnight low. We double that for tomorrow, headed up to 28. It will feel like 32. Mostly sunny. Have that sun protection ready to go because we have a high UV index as well. And a chance for some showers west of the city tomorrow afternoon. Possible isolated thunderstorm as well. For Friday, sunny start, but we do have more clouds by the afternoon and some rain showers as well, and a little more humid. A high of 27, feeling like 34. Tonight's overnight low, 14.
And right now in downtown Toronto, it's 21 degrees with a clear sky. Coming up at 11:48, our Toronto Toronto Fire Chief says he's feeling a little down, so he spoke to his psychologist today. Says there's no shame in doing that and is encouraging others to do so. 680 News Time, 11:43.
Diligence.
Adjournment.
Constructive dismissal.
Blah, blah, blah. A lot of people expect a meeting with a lawyer to sound something like that. But at Rudner Law, our team will provide the clear, practical advice that you need. My name is Stuart Rudner, and right now, the employment relationship is more complicated than ever. Whether you are an employer or an employee, we will help protect your rights.
HR lawyers, employment lawyers, workplace lawyers, whatever you call them, you'll be glad you did. RudnerLaw.ca.
Why can't I have 0 participants?
Spring, the quiet chirping of birds, a gentle warm breeze.
I want a meeting with 0 participants.
It's the cool tech.
Oh, 0.
Electronics has hot savings on cool tech for the deck or the cottage. Outdoor TV, sound systems, outdoor speakers, drones to car audio, all at the best prices you'll ever see. Envisions is ready to serve with online and curbside pickup options. Your backyard staycation just got real. Cool tech. Sale ends tomorrow. Only at Visions Electronics. This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's an analog farm. Holy
With a clear
shit.
sky. Good evening
Yeah,
from
it
the
looks
680
like that.
News
That
Broadcast
looks
Center
like
in
that.
downtown
Holy
Toronto.
shit,
I'm
eh?
Christine Ritchie. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Here are the top stories this hour.
1.5
New
shot.
charges have been handed to the ex-police officer who was arrested in connection with the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. He has now been charged with second-degree murder. The 3 other officers accompanying him on that tragic day have also now been charged with aiding and abetting a second-degree murder. And results of a third autopsy on George Floyd revealed tonight, creating more controversy. The report saying Floyd died from his heart stopping and that he had COVID-19 at the time of his death. Earlier this week, Floyd's family had an independent autopsy done, which showed he died from pressure on his neck. And coming up after sports, a local Instagram account brings together Black businesses in the GTA with hopes it will work as a platform to speak out against racism. 680 News Time, 11:46. Now 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here is Rob Wong.
Sounds like the NBA's Board of Governors will give the thumbs up on a return-to-play format when they vote during a conference call set for 12:30, according to ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski. The NBA will return with 22 teams finishing the season in Orlando. Each team will play 8 regular season games to figure out playoff seeding. Sportsnet's Michael Grange hears that the Raptors could be taking on Philadelphia, Boston, Denver, the Lakers, Bucks, Rockets, Heat, and Magic. Raptors forward Pascal Siakam is still trying to figure out how he feels about the potential format.
It's good, that the NBA is going to be back. I mean, that's the big news, but I just think all the logistics, I'm not really sure how I feel about it right now.
We might also have a play-in tournament for the 8th seed in both conferences, and every playoff series will be a best-of-7. As expected, Major League Baseball formally rejected the player union's proposal for a 114-game season, and the league will not counter. The Athletics' Ken Rosenthal does say, though, the league is willing to hold further negotiations with the PA on a shortened season with no fans. And Major League Soccer and its players have ratified a new CBA along with plans for a summer tournament. Sounds like all teams will head to Orlando in 3 weeks' time. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 11:47.
Hi, it's Tony Chapman, host of the podcast Chat If It Matters. Thanks to the incredible support of RBC, we're focusing on the heart of the Canadian economy, small businesses. COVID hits and Ernesto Gomez, owner of the popular Nubit restaurants in Vancouver, has to pivot.
We reduced our salaries. Obviously, no more dividends for the partners.
Chris Barrett from Operatic steps in and focuses on Ernesto's digital strategy.
The immediacy has become more important than loyalty. If you want to win preference, you need to understand that intent has become more important than just identity.
Download Chat If It Matters wherever you get your podcasts. And thanks again to RBC for your support of Small Business Matters.
680 News Time, 11:48. An Instagram account that highlights Black-owned businesses is getting a lot of attention. Brandon Rowe of City News spoke to some of them who hope it will serve as a platform to speak out against hate amid the unrest following George Floyd's death.
It can be very difficult, especially on our mental health right now. So with this page, I kind of wanted to bring something positive.
Why the police telling me my mental health is bad?
This company has been desperately looking for ways to connect with other Black businesses and have ran into a wall with COVID-19. So they welcome this groundswell support and attention.
Sometimes outward racism is what brings community together, and the states are more unified in that way, whereas we as Canadians, we kind of just navigate and do our things independently.
If you own a Black-owned business in the GTA, Karen's Instagram page at blackowned.to is open, and you can send her a DM with your information. Brandon Rose, City News.
To the U.S. now, President Donald Trump is defending holding up a Bible outside a fire-damaged church this week, despite that church's leaders criticizing his actions.
President Trump dismissing critics who say he appeared to use a Bible as a photo op prop in the White House, telling Fox News Radio.
I did hold up a Bible. I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing, and many religious leaders loved it.
But the church's Bishop Marion Edgar Buddy did not, saying what the president delivered was
a message that is antithetical to the teachings of Jesus and to the God of justice.
ABC News, Washington.
Meantime, Donald Trump's doctor says he watched the president's heart closely as he took a malaria drug unproven as treatment for COVID-19.
The White House medical team closely monitored President Donald Trump's heart rhythms out of concern for potential side effects as Trump took a 2-week course of a malaria drug to prevent the coronavirus. In the president's latest physical, Dr. Sean Conley writes, Trump underwent at least one electrocardiogram during his treatment with hydroxychloroquine. On Wednesday, the New England Journal of Medicine published results of the first large, high-quality study testing hydroxychloroquine's effectiveness in people who were in close contact with someone with COVID-19. The study showed the drug was no better than placebo pills at preventing illness from the coronavirus. Mike Rossi of Washington.
And now back home with some happy news. Street food vendors and food trucks, including ice cream trucks, have the go-ahead to start rolling again in Toronto.
Yeah, you look in the mirror, you see dark stencil of black.
Change comes just in time for the busy summer season.
That's all it is.
That for everyone's safety,
I don't see a white guy when I look
must
in
adhere
the
to
fucking,
physical distancing requirements for the public and provide proper health and safety measures for their staff. Just like visits to other businesses, residents visiting street food vendors, food or ice cream trucks should maintain a distance of 2 meters or 6 feet from others while waiting in line.
And the mayor says the city is still working on a plan to open up more patio space for restaurants and bars, which currently are only allowed to operate takeout and delivery. And Tory expects more details to be released in the next few days. 680 News Time, 11:51. Can't wait to eat some ice cream, right, Craig? Here's Craig Gear with a look at traffic.
I would love some. I actually have a slice of Dairy Queen ice cream cake in the freezer, so I might grab that. That's one benefit of working from home, isn't it?
Yes, and all the pounds
Did you take that home in the Tupperware container that you gotta wash and bring back to your mom? Like, I'm not making fun.
Still. So eastbound 401 through Mississauga Road, they have the 2 right lanes blocked off, so it's a slow drive as you go through this short stretch of maintenance. That's really it. We have the Mississauga Road ramps to the eastbound 401 shut down as well. That's really it, I should say, on the eastbound side of the 401. We have construction through Brimley in the express as well. 2 left lanes are blocked off. It's really not too bad, except that Morningside ramp to the east 401's closed and the ramp to Curtis Road has been blocked off. All road ramps to the westbound 401 closed. The ramp off the west 401 to Curtis Road and to Liverpool closed down. The Markham Road ramps to and from the highway are blocked. Northbound Brimley ramp to the west 401's closed as well too. The express and collector ramps to the Allen, Yorkdale have been closed as well. Southbound Allen, northbound Dufferin ramps to the west 401 shut down. Martin Grove ramps as well. So still very, very heavy here on the westbound 401 from just west of Dixon Martin Grove all the way down to approaching the 427 as you want to continue westbound through here. Just a single left lane is open, and that's the reason for the slowdown here. We got to get everyone across all these lanes into that single left lane when this construction is just
the Nelson Mandela of the highway, uniting everybody. One lane, everybody. No, you go ahead, and then I'll get in behind, and you get behind me. One fucking human chain separation. 2 seconds. 2 meters. 2 seconds.
Your next report's at 12:01. Here's the forecast now with Carl Lamb. We'll have a calm evening across the GTA down to 14 degrees, mainly clear. Tomorrow,
He did.
28 is the
Motherfucker
high,
did. He
but with that
pronounced it out and
southwesterly
called.
wind between 20 to 30 kilometers per hour brings in some warmer air from the states. It will feel like
Plus,
32 under that sunshine, and we do have the chance for a few showers to develop west of the city. From
Welcome to
Friday,
Canada.
sunny to start, but more clouds by the afternoon,
You
and
say
along with
safe.
those
Yeah,
clouds come
God.
some rain showers as well. It's a little more humid as well, a high of 27, and then we drop down to 12 degrees on
I know
Friday
there's
night.
people that
Saturday,
talk
sun
to
and cloud to
people back
start, but
home wherever they
we do
come
have the
from.
chance for some afternoon rain
now,
showers. The high is 24
it's
on
good, but it's
Saturday.
not
Tonight's overnight
what
low,
they tell
14.
And right now we're sitting at 20 degrees with a clear sky.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Scotia iTrade. Direct invest with Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at ScotiaITrade.com.
At Hydro One, we created the pandemic relief program because our team believes no one should have to worry about being disconnected.
Wherever our customers are, we need to do what we can to restore power. Families should feel safe and secure. Being here for our customers is more important than ever.
We believe in keeping our community strong and helping them grow.
To help customers in
Grow
need,
what?
we're offering financial relief and payment flexibility.
Ontario, place to grow.
At Hydro One.
Ontario Hydro One,
Coming up at midnight, the
pound.
latest on new charges for the 4 police officers allegedly involved in the death of George Floyd. The ex-police officer who
Illuminated.
kneeled on
Illuminati.
Floyd's
What?
neck has had his charges upgraded from third-degree murder to second. And the 3 police officers who watched Floyd's arrest have been charged with aiding and abetting second-degree murder. And a
There's
full
morons.
autopsy into the death of George Floyd has been released tonight. The new report says Floyd died from his heart stopping and also reveals he tested positive for COVID-19 back in April. These new
Back in
results come
April.
after the coroner's office
You
released
have to
findings
say-
on Monday that Floyd had a heart attack while being restrained by officers. Those findings classified
You have to
Floyd's
say
death as a homicide.
3 fucking
680
times.
News Time,
He had
11:55.
COVID when he died. Bitch, you don't say that on your screen, do it.
More than ever.
Listen 3
I have
or
10
5
years. You have
times a day.
10.
This
That's
is
it.
680
That don't
News.
count.
Ask to play us on your smart speaker. Toronto's fire chief is sharing his ongoing wellness journey with his social media followers. Matthew Pegg says today was another first. He met with his psychologist by video conference.
The demands and pressures that I have faced in my job and in my role as the COVID-19 incident commander have at times been daunting. And my psychologist helps me stay grounded and helps make sure that I'm employing healthy and safe coping mechanisms. So today was a good day for me. I wanted to share
We're
that
smoking
with you,
weed
and,
in Canada, eh?
hoping that today's a
You
good day
gonna
for you
admit
too.
that?
And
Yeah,
Toronto's
yeah.
fire chief says there is no weakness in getting help
You
to
run
stay,
things?
to stay healthy.
No,
680
we
News
put
Time,
fires out.
11:55.
No,
Doctors
but
are
one
good
team.
people. And
No,
only
no,
want
we
what's
put
good for their
fires out.
patients. So if they say it can't work, I believe them, and so should your long-term disability insurer. My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your long-term disability claim has been denied, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions.
I want to work at the Canadian Forces Base training with
416-661-4878
Jamaican
or on your cell phone at
National
Pound
Police.
LTD.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Canucci. The safety and well-being of our employees, customers, and communities is our #1 priority. We are grateful for your continued support.
Cleaning sewers and
We are
taking out
also
garbage.
very grateful for
No,
those serving the front lines every day. Thank you to all. Silver remains open for contactless delivery and pickup. You can check out our website.
I want you to contact me less. Yes.
We are here for you. We are all in this together. From the Pizza Nova
So look out, because the drunk guys are here and the Dura shed people are here. Duro shed people are here. And the goddamn kids for cancer wheelchair car stealing people are coming.
In the face of a global pandemic, deep economic trouble, and growing civil unrest in the United States, it's not
And
bothering
we're paying
traders.
$490 a
They're
month to get the
buying
basement
And you know what?
redid.
We've seen this before. Back in 1968, that year, the Vietnam War and big protests were ongoing, the civil rights movement taking hold of the United States, MLK and Robert Kennedy both assassinated, and what they called the Hong Kong flu pandemic was killing millions, and yet the S&P 500 in 1968 ended the year with a 10.8%.
Thanks, me, man. I remember too much shit to have it all fucking on tap.
Today, we have the TSX up 180 points, 1.1%. Its best level in months at 15,575. The Dow up 527 points, 2% to 26,269. S&P 500 up 1.3%. And the NASDAQ up 74 points. Wolfgang Klein with Canaccord Genuity is here. Wolfgang, are stocks going to keep rising here?
You know, Richard, technically, the S&P 500, it wants to challenge its own highs. I was just looking at the chart. I couldn't believe it. The TSX is something that I'm interested in, the XAU, as it basically retraced most of its gains for the last 2 decades. In other words,
XU, what are you talking about?
It almost traded very above the level of 2000.